adopt a digital detox over the festive season and focus on family and friends.
Tens of thousands of homeowners face being dragged into paying Rachel Reeves' new mansion tax because of the way the value of people's homes will be assessed.
And Surrey police are examining claims of abuse in the Epstein files, allegedly involving Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
And still thinking about food,
Obviously.
We'll be looking at all the top tricks and tips to make the most of your Christmas dinner leftovers.
A very good morning and a happy Boxing Day. England are going OK on day one of the fourth test in Melbourne as they look to salvage some pride from the Ashes. Manchester United host Newcastle tonight in the day's only Premier League game, and it's a big day of racing with the King George VI chase at Kempton.
After a cold Christmas, are there any signs in our weather warming up? Find out in your full forecast coming up.
Well, happy Boxing Day. It's just gone 6 o'clock. I'm Mark White.
I'm Penny Smith, and this is GB News Breakfast. Yeah, so here we are then, and
The day after.
the day after, the day before, and Aidan had an issue with a turkey. Now I'm confused because there were only three of you, but you still decided to cook a bloody.
Well, it was only a
flipping
small turkey. I went home. I finished here at 11. So I woke up about 4 o'clock from my sleep, and then I see the turkey being carried down the hallway towards the bin. I'm thinking, what the hell's gone on here? And they were in. I won't say the supermarket that it was purchased from, but the giblets were inside the
in
plastic
a plastic bag.
The plastic. There was no instructions to take it out. I think they must have had a feel around to see what was going on down there. I went without going into too much detail, but the turkey was cooked over a period of several hours and basted or whatever it is they call it.
Basted, yeah.
Yeah, and the plastic was
with the
cooked
giblets.
inside it.
Yeah.
And it's dangerous.
Yeah.
It's not good.
It's dangerous, and it had to go. So I was stuck with stuffing and pigs in blanket, and a few veg as well. But I still had a good time.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just a shame about the turkey. What a waste of.
I know. And I watched. Was it Ethel and Ernest? Have you seen that? It was.
What was that?
It was. What's the guy who wrote The Snowman? Raymond Briggs.
OK, right.
Raymond Briggs,
He wrote a piece about. He wrote a story about his parents growing up in either side of the Second World War. They died in 1971, and his experience growing up. And I realised it was set in Southfields, which is where I was. Now, a lot of our radio listeners and TV listeners will know Southfields for its proximity to Wimbledon tennis. So I went and looked afterwards at the house where it was all set in. It's a cartoon animation, and I recognised it straight away. Number 65.
Yeah,
Aspen
I don't
Grove.
think they call it cartoons, do they? I think they could just call them animated films, because cartoon implies a bit more sort of...
Bit of comedy.
Well, yeah, I think so.
Slapstick, yeah.
Yesterday was just full of war films. I watched a couple of them.
Did you?
Return to Navarone.
Did you manage?
Force 10 from Navarone, was
Did you manage to stay awake?
Just about.
I think if you're going to watch a film to keep you awake, it's probably a war film, isn't it?
I think the best thing to do is to watch a film that you're not that invested in, so that when you fall asleep, you come back, you sort of catch up vaguely with the plot. I mean, my problem is that I fall asleep, miss out great big sort of tranches of the film, come back and go, oh, hold on a second, what's going on? And then I'm finally awake for the last bit. So I feel like I've watched the film, and there's no reason, because everything's been tidied up, and I know who's survived. There we go.
But there's no new films. It's just everything's just.
Oh, Amanda Land, brilliant.
Oh,
the Christmas special, so good.
That's such a good programme.
The final bit, I laughed, and I laughed so much. I actually watched.
It's so
it
funny.
again.
I was new to it maybe about a year ago, and I watched them all. Fantastic.
So good. Right, well, we shall do some sport a little bit later on, but meanwhile, it is Boxing Day, and for many people, that means bagging a bargain in the post-Christmas sales.
Yeah, retailers are bracing for one of the year's busiest days as shoppers are expected to hit the high street and spend £3.6 billion in today's sales.
However, estimates from Barclays predict spending will be £1 billion lower than last year after shoppers reacted to another year of feeling the cost of living squeeze.
Well, we're now joined by the CEO of the British Independent Retailers Association, Andrew Goodacre. Good morning. Merry Christmas to you, Andrew.
Morning. Merry Christmas to you.
So, I mean, look, we got predictions, obviously, of potentially £1 billion less being spent. We have to hope, I guess, that the predictions are wrong and that actually you do have a bumper year. What are the chances of that, do you think?
We do really need a bumper year. The build up to Christmas shopping was disrupted by a late budget, and that really disrupted consumer confidence. So many of our members and high street retailers are reporting lower footfall and lower sales in the run up to Christmas. I think that the last couple of days prior to Christmas Day picked up a little bit. So Boxing Day is really important, but not just Boxing Day. The way it falls this year is advantageous because Saturday, the 27th is a Saturday, and then you've got the Sunday as well. So people have got the time and not back at work to go out. So we really need those people to come out and spend whatever Christmas gift money they've received on some real bargains that they'll see on the high street.
Yeah, that's the thing, though, isn't it, Andrew, is that we mentioned the late budget, and there is a case to be argued for not having a budget that close to Christmas, which is such an important time of year for pretty much anybody who's in the retail sector. Actually, not just the retail sector, hospitality too.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as it was announced, we complained bitterly about it because we knew what the impact would be. And you're right, it's not just retail, it's businesses on high streets. And we had such a protracted run-up, feverish almost speculation, fueled by the government, sadly, to be honest. I know that they kind of denied it weren't leaks, but all the information being given out was negative. And yeah, there's a very good argument to say that once you get past middle of October, we shouldn't really be doing such major fiscal events unless we absolutely need to. We need, it's such a busy period of year. It's not just the Christmas. The Black Friday event was the budget was 2 days before Black Friday, and I think we had the worst Black Friday we've had for many years as well.
And I gather that increasing numbers of people actually are turning to AI to find them a bargain this year, rather than sort of either going to the stores themselves or even just searching online themselves or getting it all done by AI. That seems a bit bizarre.
Yeah, it's for someone like me, it doesn't appeal to me. I'd rather be out there and enjoying with people as I will be tomorrow and whatever. But yes, AI, technology-wise, we know it's coming, it's there, it's sort of being used already. And you set up something called an agent. So you can go into an AI product like ChatGPT, it can create a shopping agent for you, and it gets to know you. It gets to know you as a person, what you like, what you dislike.
Yeah,
and if you ask it to find the best set of AirPods or the best mini bread maker or the best blue jumper you can find in the area, then the AI will scour the internet and give you some recommendations. Now, that sounds great as a consumer, as a shopper, possibly, but it's hardly a great experience as an individual, I don't think. I think there's something to be said about that interaction you have, touching and feeling products when you're out and about on the high street.
Andrew, you are so right. And can I say, from my own experience, I've had two really bad experiences with shopping online recently. One is that I bought my goddaughter something which turned out to be a lot thinner and kind of unpleasant than it looked. Obviously, in the photograph, it looked great. And the second thing was
was it?
Oh, it was so sad. I mean, I checked, I did a double check on the company, whether it was, all the good things, is it a proper company? Because that's the other thing. Is it a scam one? Is it going to take 2 months to arrive because it's coming via wherever? And then the second thing was I bought something and I sent it back and the parcel got lost. And so, of course, I spent 6 weeks trying to chase it because I needed to find out where it had got to so to get my money back. And I have gone back to actually going. I like going into shops, and I think it's good. You can feel the quality. You can check it out. It's so much better. I think we should do a bit more of it. Maybe Gen Z. They're Gen Z as well, because they're all the ones who are going. Yeah. They're going back to proper cameras and records and stuff, aren't they? So that's maybe we've got to put our faith in them, Andrew. What do you reckon? Oh, we've lost him. OK, there we go. That was Andrew Goodacre.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you, CEO of the British Independent.
Maybe some hope for the high street if they can, bring back the romance actually of make it a bit more of an experience, and people might go. Listen, before we go on to the next item, just want to remind people, of course, that they can get in touch with us. We want to hear from you throughout the show. We'll read out as many of the comments as possible. We had great fun yesterday reading out your jokes and your various Merry Christmas experiences. Pictures of the pets as well.
I think that we could do pictures of pets on the website. Oh.
Yeah, we can do. Yeah.
Do
And
anything.
Adrian Porter has already been in touch. Just a bit of advice for the lovely Aidan McGee. He says, you can't go wrong with a turkey crown.
That's true. You don't get
That's
the
what I
giblets,
had yesterday.
because it was the
Quite
giblets, the giblet issue.
And you can get in touch with us on, what's the... Yes, GB News there. You see it right at the bottom of your screen. If you're listening on radio, it's gbnews.com/yoursay.
Yeah, right. Now, experts are warning that tens of thousands of homeowners could face being dragged into paying Rachel Reeves' mansion tax because of the way that people's homes are valued.
Now, properties that tend to be overvalued by desktop assessments could leave homeowners subject to an annual surcharge of £2,500 as Labour targets homes worth more than £2 million.
We're joined now by political commentator Suzanne Evans. Now, this was one of the policies that people were saying right at the beginning, is this a good idea? And it seems that more and more people now look like they might be dragged into this kind of into having to give more money.
Yep, that's exactly it. And the Valuation Office Agency, which is going to be incorporated to the tax office soon, is really being told to revaluate properties and check that anyone whose house is allegedly worth over £2 million pays up this extra tax. And it's how they're going to go about this valuation that's going to be causing the huge problems, because they're not going to be using council tax data in the current council tax bands, which was kind of the impression that was given in the budget, that obviously if you're over a council tax band F and your home is worth more than £2 million, this is why you've got to cough up this extra tax. But they're going to be actually looking at things like past planning permissions, what price your house was last sold for, and aerial maps of your property. Now, obviously, all these things are open potentially to flaws. Just because you've got planning permission, say, for an outbuilding, doesn't mean you've actually built that outbuilding. An aerial map can be very deceptive. It looks like you might have lots of nice green space around you, but it might be land that's pretty grotty, perhaps. And of course, if your house hasn't sold for 10, 20, 30 years in the past, how do you really know how much it's going to be worth? So the fear is that a lot of people are going to be put into this £2 million bracket. They're going to be appealing. It's going to tie the system up in knots forever. And this tax isn't due to kick in until 2028. And with an election due in 2029, it might very well be that it doesn't make much money. It's going to be an enormous amount of red tape and bureaucracy, because homeowners are understandably going to be furious and are going to try and appeal it. And the whole thing might be a complete disaster. Who'd have thought it? Policy making that you don't really think about the unforeseen consequences. I've never heard of that before.
Well, especially down in London, it's going to have an adverse effect down here where properties are obviously more expensive than they are in other parts of the country. And this, of course, is a Labour stronghold.
Absolutely. And that's the other issue. You know, you're going to be looking at people, and for example, in the Labour constituency of Islington, who are going to have to be forking out a huge amount more money every year because they voted Labour, basically, and we have a Labour government. So it could be also something that hits Labour hard at the polling booths. And as we know, they're already sinking lower and lower in the polls. And Keir Starmer is, according to the polls, the most unpopular Prime Minister we've had for a very, very long time. So I wonder if this might be something that they have to do a U-turn on further down the line. And certainly anybody that lives in a big house that they think is coming close to that £2 million valuation or over is going to be welcoming that potential U-turn. Look at the business rates review that they did recently. That turned out to be desperately unpopular. This is going to be just as unpopular as that. And yeah, who knows where it might end up? Might end up in the bin.
Yeah, as you say, given the U-turns in the past. Also in the papers today, we've got one, there's a big double-page spread in one of the papers talking about Rachel Reeves' annus horribilis. GDP, gross domestic product, forecast to be lower than average over the next 5 years, and we're about to slump to 22nd place in the rankings by 2030. And then this terrible story for anybody who knows any farmers or who is a farmer, 6,200 farms have closed in a year. Thousands of family farms shut in the run-up to Labour's inheritance tax U-turn.
Yeah,
They're targeting the wrong people, are they?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, I was listening to the Christmas messages by all the main party leaders over yesterday, obviously, and it's quite interesting. They all talked. It was the usual stuff about supporting the NHS, the people who are working in the emergency services over Christmas, the armed forces, and nobody disputes that. But I always think every year, why does nobody ever talk about the small business who are paying for all this, the taxpayers without whom we wouldn't have an NHS, we wouldn't have an armed forces, we wouldn't have the emergency services able to operate. Nobody ever talks about the businesses and the taxpayers who support all this. Yeah. But Labour just seems to want to pick on them, and it's not rocket science to realise that the economy is not. You know, before the election, Rachel Reeves, all she talked about was growth, 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 pro-business, pro-business. After the election, after people had voted them into power, it became very anti-growth and anti-business. You look, it's not just GDP, it's employment figures. Unemployment's gone up, employment's gone down, growth is on the floor. You know, we're looking again at a potential recession because, of course, if you tax businesses, if you tax jobs, which is what they did with the employers' national insurance hike, then people are not going to employ, they're not going to invest in their companies, and of course there's going to be no growth and the economy is going to falter. And the farm story is absolutely terrible. Again, Keir Starmer didn't mention, for example, in his Christmas speech, the farmers who put the food on our table yesterday. They were among the most important people in our country when it comes to Christmas, because Christmas lunch, as we know, is the thing that everybody looks forward to and wants. And yet farmers didn't get a mention. Yeah. I think he'd have been panned if he talked about farmers, given how what
exactly that.
So just don't think these policies through.
Suzanne,
really
thank you very much. Suzanne Evans there.
Thanks, Suzanne.
Now time for the Great British Giveaway.
Yes, your chance to win our biggest cash prize to date, an incredible £85,000.
Hayley Sparks says all the details.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to make your new year the best yet. And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. Imagine what next year could look like for you with a whopping £85,000 in the bank. You could find yourself on the adventure of a lifetime or just safe in the knowledge that next year is on us. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours. Go on, give it a go, and Merry Christmas!
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
It's 19 minutes past 6. Let's get your Boxing Day weather now with Tom Morgan.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold in the south, it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless there'll still be a keen easterly breeze giving a fairly significant wind chill, particularly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well, here through the course of today, we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland. Skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be one or two freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. As we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature. But the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here, and that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And while some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Oh, it was bitter out yesterday. I went for a walk, took the dog for a little ramble, and there was a family who were all out there in their pyjamas with hats on, and I was just thinking, I wouldn't, not because I disagree with going out in your pyjamas. Actually, sometimes have been known to take the dog for a quick walk in my pyjama bottoms, but just because it was so flipping cold. It was bitter yesterday.
Yes, it was indeed. Right. So we've been saying just send your views in. So I've got a couple that we can read now before we give you the address again. Andy Cap says, wouldn't it be great if just once in a while, rather than only ever thinking of raising taxes on the responsible yet again, they actually cut benefits to the feckless, the irresponsible. All their approach ever does is increase demand for further handouts. That's from Andy Cap. And also, one way to get around the mansion tax, according to Steve Westover, would be to find some knotweed in your garden.
You don't want knotweed, my goodness.
Oh, well, yeah.
It's a nightmare, that stuff is.
It knocks 50 grand off the price.
And the rest, I reckon. Plus, if you genuinely have, it's a right problem.
So, if you want to get in touch, it's gbviews@gbnews.com, gbviews@gbnews.com, and of course, at the bottom of the screen there, also gbnews.com/YourSay.
22 minutes past 6 still to come as the government announces a ban on trail hunting. Will this year's Boxing Day meets be the last?
This is GB News Breakfast.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, studio audience, because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight on the...
Unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to... Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to GB News Breakfast. Now, it's Boxing Day, in case you hadn't noticed, and riders and hounds are out in full force for the biggest day of the hunting calendar.
Tens of thousands are expected to take part in hunts across the country today, despite the government's plans to ban trail hunting under the Animal Welfare Strategy, which was published shortly before Christmas.
Well, the Countryside Alliance have accused the government of alienating rural people after the latest announcement and have warned that Sir Keir Starmer will have difficulty restoring faith with Britain's countryside.
Yes, joining us now is the CEO of the Countryside Alliance, Tim Bonner. Tim,
Morning, Tim.
Tim, this is not particularly a surprise. We know that the Labour Party, this has been in their sights for quite some time. I think the problem is, though, that this is that the hunt... It was about fox hunting, first of all, so they banned fox hunting. And then there have been cases where trail hunting has suddenly ended up with an animal being killed, hasn't it? That's the problem, is that the dogs sniff a fox and they go after that.
Well, that seems to be the logic behind the government's announcement. But the reality is that the law was passed 20 years ago. It patently works. If you ask the Ministry of Justice what's the most prosecuted and convicted wildlife legislation, they'll tell you it's the Hunting Act. More people are being prosecuted under that than any other piece of legislation. Now, most of them haven't been related to hunts like the ones you're seeing now. They're sort of the ones that people will think of. Some have, but not many. But clearly the law works. If twice as many people are being convicted as under any other piece of wildlife legislation, then the idea that you've got to go back and re-legislate to me, seems completely mad.
Tim, I'm a countryside boy as well. I know how important these hunts are to local communities. For the wider audience, just explain, if you would, the amount of sort of employment that these hunts do offer in countryside areas right across the country.
Well, certainly there are still more than 200 hunts in the country. They create jobs, direct jobs, but also in the wider rural economy. There's farriers, vets, all feed merchants, all sorts of people who are benefiting. But I think there is an economic impact. It's not a massive activity, but there is obviously an economic impact. But I think just as importantly, these hunts are real social hubs in some of them, and often some of the most remote and isolated rural communities. They bring people together, people who, often, have challenging lives. Farmers who are working alone for a lot of the time. This is their community, and the idea that you're going to get rid of this just because you think you don't like the people who do it, or you don't like the image of the people who do it, and that's what this this is about. We all know this is about politics. It has been forever. The first bill to ban hunting was introduced by a Labour MP in 1949, and here we are. After 700 hours of parliamentary time was spent banning hunting the last time round, and we have a new Labour government. And what are we doing? My God, we're doing this again. It is just madness. We did some polling before Christmas, and we asked 2,000 people what their political priorities were. Not a single person mentioned trail hunting or hunting. This is irrelevant to everyone except for that sort of chunk of the left of the Labour Party who sees it as a sort of cipher for Tory England, and therefore you've got to keep attacking it. Apparently, these people are ordinary rural people, and this is an unnecessary, unjustified and unjust, frankly, a proposal that the government's bringing forward.
What could be done if trail hunting was banned as well, and we're looking at pictures of the horses and obviously all the dogs as well that are involved with this. If trail hunting was banned, what could people get together in the countryside to do that is of a similar nature involving horses and dogs? What else could there be? Is there anything else you can do?
Yeah, well, look, let's just, the first step is that there is no way that we're backing down to this piece of legislation. These proposals are draconian, they're completely unfair, and you'll see today thousands and thousands of people from across the rural community, many of them who don't hunt, who will be coming together to show their support for their local hunts. The government can be absolutely certain that if it wants to pick this fight, we don't want this fight. We don't want to get in near this. As I've said, the legislation works. We disagreed with the law originally, but it works. Let us get on with it. But if you want to fight, you're going to get one, and it'll be nasty. It'll be long. It'll be bitter. We're having all of the arguments in Parliament again and on the streets and in the countryside. For what end? There is no positive end to this. The country already thinks that this government neglects the countryside. It thinks it doesn't care about the countryside. And this piece of legislation, which, as I say, doesn't do anyone any good. There's no winner out of this. That will do nothing for their standing in rural communities. And I'd encourage ministers to read Tony Blair's autobiography. It was called The Journey, wasn't it, or Journey, where he says that the ban on hunting was the domestic measure he most regretted in his time as Prime Minister. And if ministers really want to go down that route again, I'm absolutely certain that when they're writing their biographies in 10 years' time or 20 years' time, they'll come to the same conclusion. They should never have gone anywhere near this issue.
So very briefly, we could be seeing hundreds of horses, hundreds of dogs heading down Parliament Square and alike in the months ahead, do you think?
Well, I'm not sure horses and dogs. Tractors are rather easier to take to London than horses and dogs. And look, we've had a government U-turn on inheritance tax. It was the right decision for them to make on inheritance tax on farms. It took 13 months and a lot of pain. We could have a much easier approach to this. Don't do it in the first place, and therefore we won't have to have all that pain, all those protests, all the bad press, all the problems in Parliament. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Time is 6:34. Time now for our daily reflection.
The GB News 12 Days of Christmas. Day 2.
Hello, my name is Marjorie and I'm a Baptist minister in the centre of Sheffield. Happy Christmas to you in this season. Yesterday was a wonderful day of celebration. We celebrated Emmanuel, God with us, God given to us. And on Boxing Day, we get the chance to mirror this heart of generosity. Maybe the gifts have now been unwrapped. There's wrapping paper everywhere. The meals have been eaten and the house is a bit messier than usual. Relationships might even be strained. But God's invitation for today is simple. Let what you have received from Him overflow into how you treat others. As Jesus said in the scripture, freely you have received, freely give. That doesn't always mean giving money or items to those in need, though it can mean this, like the Boxing Day tradition. It can also mean giving forgiveness, patience, an encouraging word or a listening ear. Sometimes being with family gives us the perfect opportunity to do these very things with people who are in our closest orbit. It can mean slowing down long enough to see someone who feels unseen. It can mean carrying peace, the peace of Christ, into the ordinary day after the holidays. When we share generously, we don't lose anything. We simply pass along what God has already poured into us.
Lovely. Now, if you're travelling to go see family and friends, and we're expecting quite a bit more traffic on the roads today, here's your traffic and travel update. And don't forget, of course, to stay with us on digital and radio.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. Currently, the A83 is restricted in both directions at Locknell Street, Loch Gilphead due to emergency roadworks, creating significant delays for local commuters. Looking at other roads, in Rutland, drivers heading northbound on the A1 between the junctions with the A606 and the A151 are experiencing delays due to a road traffic collision, with one of 2 lanes closed. However, normal conditions are anticipated to resume shortly, and on the trains, Avanti West Coast and the Caledonian Sleeper have no service, affecting passengers on these routes. Stay up to date at gbnews.com for more travel news.
Well, still to come, England. Sit down, Penny.
Do you know what? I just couldn't hear. I haven't been hearing anything. There we go. Right. I was just having a fun time.
England are fighting back with the Barmy Army behind them in the Boxing Day test after bowling Australia out for 152. Aidan McGee is with us next to take us through all the top sport.
I'm Michelle Dewberry, this is Jubes & Co with you.
Hello everyone, Patrick Christie is here.
GB News, Britain's news channel.
Access the stories that matter to you. Take the GB News family with you on any device. And as long as you have an internet connection, tune in to GB News anywhere on the planet or beyond. GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
So he can say whatever he wants.
A straight talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray, are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get this on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now is they are throwing things up the cars. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Aidan's here.
There you go.
There'll be sports staff.
There will indeed, and it's a tale of woe, a familiar tale of woe, Mark, for England down in Australia, in Melbourne. Day one of the fourth test. We were hoping England would be competitive at least.
Because Australia have given them a chance.
They have, and every time...
Oh, that's kind. That's nice.
It is, but every time England have been given a chance in this series so far, England have summarily not taken advantage of it, and there's been farce interspersed with that as well between the tests. We discussed yesterday about the videos that surfaced of Ben Duckett. Ben Duckett, who incidentally was out today alongside Crawley, Root and Bethel. At one stage, when England went into bat in response to Australia's 152, they were out for 8 for 3, which is absolutely appalling. England currently on 100, I'll just check it for you. I think it's 107 for 9, 107 for 9, which is appalling. They've got two batters left in hope of getting to
Still a bit hungover then, was he?
Yeah, it was. It would appear so. Look, it's been a test to forget. We're going to be speaking to some fans down there later on. It'll be interesting to hear their reaction. We were mentioning yesterday, Penny, that England fans, by the end of the 5 tests, will have spent £250 million in Australia. And it's...
That's a lot, isn't it? That's a lot of money.
And for nothing, for very little in return. Very little in return,
well,
quite frankly.
except that luckily the weather's good.
Yeah, good, that's true.
Horse racing, and it's going to be my goodness, it's going to be a cold one out there, isn't it?
It will be, actually, yeah. We've had all the stuff about the National Hunt meetings today. 8 in total. I'll rattle through them now. Aintree, Fontwell Park, Kempton, Market Raisins, Sedgefield, Wetherby, Wincanton and Wolverhampton all are starting at different times. The jewel in the crown, though, Penny, certainly at Kempton Park, King George VI, Harry
Who's your favourite?
I'm going to, because I know Harry and he's a friend of mine, I'm going to go with Jukebox Man. And he said it would be a dream to win that race. He said it'd be like in the football equivalent of going into the Champions League. You see all those amazing horses and you see all those amazing teams. You don't think you're going to do well, but sometimes you can surprise yourself. But look at the calibre of the horse that's won this race in the past. Best Mate, Corto Star, Desert Orchid, back in the 80s, probably early 90s.
Desert Orchid.
The white one, the white horse.
Goodness, the white horse.
I was trying to
probably weren't even alive.
No, I remember. I'm older than you think, but no. I remember Desert Orchid. Yeah,
I was trying to my brother yesterday. He was saying that Gaelic Warrior. Is that right?
One of the favourites. Yeah, one of the favourites. Yeah, exactly.
I think he's got a bet on, but it's 3-1. You know, it's.
See, that's the thing about betting and things like that, isn't it? If you bet on the favourite, I don't even understand 5-4 or whatever it is, and you.
My mate goes around. He works in the betting industry. He said you can go around to these certain websites who don't react to the news of, say, an injury or something like that, and so you can get generous odds. It's few and far between, but you can get it. The Welsh Grand National tomorrow at Chepstow. We'll have more on that later on today.
OK,
we'll see you later. Thanks.
Thank you very much. This is GB News Breakfast, and it is we've done the sport, but still to come. Green Party leader Zach Polanski snubs the King.
Find out more next with Jonathan Liss and Benedict Spence. There they are, looking resplendent. That's a lovely jumper that Jonathan's got on.
It looks like it might be a Christmas jumper.
Oh, handsome lad. We'll see them next.
But first, if you're in search of some holiday sun, here's the forecast for some of the top European destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you're off on a post-Christmas break to the Western Mediterranean, then do prepare yourselves for some pretty unsettled weather over the next few days. Parts of Spain and Portugal will see some very heavy rain and also some gusty winds, so temperatures below average, potentially even some mountain snow across parts of southern Spain. Unsettled for the Balearic Islands as well, and perhaps also Corsica, but most of Italy, Greece and parts of the Balkans seeing a much sunnier interlude compared to of late. There will be some mountain snow across the north of Turkey as well, though, over the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
I think a lot of you at home are going to be quite annoyed with this. Now, Tesco, the big supermarket chain, appears to have got rid of the famous Christmas trees, instead renaming them
Evergreen trees.
Evergreen
There's
trees.
the evergreen tree.
Here we are. So if you're listening on the radio, these are pictures of their boxes of artificial Christmas trees without the word Christmas on them at all, instead calling them evergreen trees. There are still a number of Christmas trees available called Christmas trees.
Christmas trees,
but I think it has clearly annoyed quite a lot of people. Why do you call them evergreen trees? Can't you just call them Christmas?
Just call them Christmas trees. I call them Christmas trees even outside of the time of Christmas. If they look like a Christmas tree, I call them a Christmas tree, don't you?
Yeah, I do. And the Conservative leader of the London Assembly, Susan Hall, she's told The Telegraph, it's Christmas. It's a Christmas tree. People don't tend to put up green plastic fir trees for any other reason. It's all stupid nonsense about offending other people and other religions. Well, below that, this is supposed to be a Christian country. We have Christmas. Let's celebrate it, says Susan Hall.
Actually, other religions are not offended by the celebration of Christmas in a Christian country. You speak to Hindus and Buddhists and the vast majority of Muslims, they're not in the slightest bit bothered and actually will join in those celebrations as well. It doesn't offend them. But what you've got are marketing divisions within these big companies where you've got Tarquin and Tabitha who feel that we must, you know, do what we can do to not offend the great British public. When the great British public are the ones that are actually buying the product and they're not in the slightest bit offended.
Can I just say it offends me that we've got Christmas already and it's not December.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Commentators, Benedict and Jonathan.
Two political commentators. What do you call a clutch of political commentators?
A dispute?
Yes, that's quite good, actually.
A dispute of commentators. Right, OK. Jonathan, we'll kick off with you. One, because you're very perky, because you've got every green light going on your way here. So he's feeling all smart.
He's feeling lucky today. I'm winning at life.
Yes, exactly. And you wanted to start off with the king backing a digital detox.
Well, I think it's important to note that the king himself did not use the words digital or detox. What he did, in his inimitable way, was quote T.S. Eliot about his in the poem about our world seems to spin ever faster, and then about finding the still point of the turning world, which is obviously a very lyrical way of saying let's all just chill out a bit and take a moment's pause
and just stop scrolling.
Right. And the irony is I'm literally scrolling to find him saying that. So that's what he said, and obviously the newspapers, who are quite keen to find an angle for their morning copy, asked Buckingham Palace what that meant, and an aide in Buckingham Palace replied with the words, it means a digital detox, and that is why we have those headlines.
Yeah, and you don't have to scroll because it is on the front page of...
You can also scroll with your eyes on a page, exactly, like in the olden days. So people are... but it's really important, don't get me wrong, what he said is really valuable. But we do spend too much time in this whirl, and it is actually very, very cathartic and important, necessary even, to take a moment and just find the still point of the turning world.
Yeah, Benedict, I mean, I think that's a rare point of agreement, I'm sure. We need to just dump these phones for a bit.
I mean, I've got one on my
They've just got one right here, just open right now. I can't stop just glancing over at it. I think it's there. We go. I mean, that's taking it to a different degree. I mean, you must.
I'm like a local.
Which is your favourite?
Like
do you have a favourite?
Why have you got two, Mark? Is one for work and one for...
What's your
Well, you know, shady contacts.
No, but I think it is true, isn't it? I mean, you know, very helpfully, occasionally now, smartphones tell you what your screen time is and get a little pop-up saying you spent however many hours of last week on average on your phone. And that's quite a sobering thing when it gets up to a high amount.
It's never good, is it?
It's never good. I mean, a lot of us obviously need our phones for, you know, more than simply doom scrolling for work and stuff like that. They have become a very important part of life, but I do think it's actually a very good thing to take time away from them, especially at Christmas. I think it's a bit concerning if you're spending all day on your phone at Christmas, but also, especially for younger people. You know, actually, a huge amount of our lives is lived online, and I think in those sort of formative years when it's children, when it's sort of adolescence, I think it's a good thing actually to just say to take them out. I'm amazed, frankly, that as many children have access to smartphones as they do.
They do, though. Benedict, you wanted to talk about modern trends in advertising.
Yes, I mean, this is the news, as much as you can call it news, that apparently traditional gender roles in adverts are making a comeback. Whether or not you think this is a good thing or not is by the by, but apparently, I had it written down somewhere, but I'll just read it here. Research has found that the proportion of adverts in the UK last year has shown authoritative women slumping from 13% of adverts to just 3% of adverts. I mean, that's quite a big shift, but I don't know what counts. That's the key thing. I don't know what counts as an authoritative woman. I mean, is there a sort of, you know, do you measure the decibels? Is it the amount of finger wagging that goes on? Is it in proportion to how useless the man is in the advert? I don't know. But obviously, this is the sort of thing that, you know, we tend to get very het up about, don't we? The importance of, you know, representation in adverts. But the reality is, of course, adverts don't lead. They tend to reflect desires. And actually, I think, if we're being honest here, this probably shows the fact that a lot of consumers are less responsive to adverts where women are sort of girl bossing around the place and more responsive, perhaps, to things that show things in a slightly more traditional way. It also depends, of course, what it is that you're selling.
I was just about to say, it's about what advertising you're doing and whether it is actually something. I mean, it does seem to be very weird how men seem to have decided that putting out the bins is a particularly male role. I don't know if you'd all agree with that.
It's because secretly it's quite easy, so we're quite happy with that.
I think you're right with that. OK.
Jonathan, Zach Polanski, what is he playing at putting his Christmas message out at the same time as the King? How very disrespectful.
It's too early in the morning.
Come on, at least try.
This is honestly, of all the silly stories on today, this is by far the silliest.
Why?
It was a timing of a festive message, for heaven's sake. Look, Zach is a good friend of mine. I love him very much.
Right.
I've known him for many years, and he's a very, very sharp guy, very good politician. And every single time that his opponents lambast him for doing something is absolutely playing into his hands because he wants all the publicity he can get. And if right-wing people are upset with him over completely spurious and pathetic reasons, so much the better for him.
It's interesting, though, that so much of what he has been talking about of late doesn't really appear to be issues around the environment. Is much more of a social campaign.
Of course.
Is he reinventing now what the Green Party is?
I think that's an interesting question. He would argue that he's still very much in favour of all the causes that Greens have traditionally been. But one criticism that has been levelled at the Greens in the past is that they're sort of green Tories. And what you have is quite interesting, actually, with the Green Party, because you have, when you look at their current constituencies, 4 of them, 2 of them are kind of left-wing ones, and 2 of them are kind of basically like going to the old Tory heartlands.
Jonathan, Benedict, we'll have a bit longer next time. Thank you very much. Let's get your weather update now with Tom Morgan.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold, in the south it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless still strictly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well here through the course of today we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland, skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be 1 or 2 freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of Northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. As we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature. But the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here, and that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And whilst some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Merry Christmas from my family to yours.
A very, very happy Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas from GB News.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A83 is currently restricted in both directions at Loughnell Street, Loch Gilphead, due to emergency roadworks following an issue overnight. In Rutland, on the A1 northbound between the junctions with the A606 and A151, there is one of 2 lanes closed following a road traffic collision, causing moderate delays. Normal traffic conditions are expected between 7:45 and 8 this morning. And on the trains, there is no service on Avanti West Coast, as well as the Caledonian Sleeper, impacting travel plans for today. Stay informed, and for more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Very good morning to you. Our top story, a blow for Boxing Day sales.
Yeah, shoppers are expected to spend £1 billion less than last year. It's because of cost of living pressures on the high street.
Not only is the turnout of shoppers expected to be down, but also the average spend.
The Conservatives and Reform UK have hit out at the government, accused them of presiding over a flatlining economy and collapsing consumer confidence.
Well, also this morning, the traditional Boxing Day hunts are set to take place across the country. But could they be under threat as the government is set to consult on how to ban trail hunting?
The King's speech this year marks the values of courage and sacrifice and also urges people to adopt a digital detox over the festive season and focus on family and friends.
Tens of thousands of homeowners face being dragged into paying Rachel Reeves' new mansion tax because of the way the value of people's homes will be assessed.
And Surrey police are examining claims of abuse in the Epstein files, allegedly involving Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
And still thinking about food, we'll be looking at all the top tips to make the most of your Christmas leftovers.
England have been bowled out for 111 on the day one of the fourth test in Melbourne as they look to salvage some pride from the Ashes. Manchester United, meanwhile, host Newcastle tonight in the day's only Premier League game. And there's the King George VI chase at Kempston.
After a cold Christmas, are there any signs in our weather warming up? Find out in your full forecast coming up.
Yeah, I noticed that. Yeah.
Well, it's just gone 7 o'clock. I'm Mark White.
I'm Penny Smith, and this is GB News Breakfast. Because it
was all going so well,
Really,
Penny.
was it? I
Where
mean,
did it all
standing up and
go
not
wrong?
being able to hear and all over the shop. Anyway, yeah, leftovers. Can I just say, we're talking about leftovers a little bit later on. I almost think Boxing Day is better than Christmas Day because everybody's so much less stressed on Boxing Day.
Yeah.
But you've still got all the food and you can pretty much have what you want rather than feeling like you really ought to have everything.
Well, Aidan, of course, had a problem with his giblets yesterday.
He forgot to remove the giblets in the plastic.
There was no turkey
It can
for
be
you.
quite dangerous, though, I believe.
No, it's just not. It's just not a good idea. Melted plastic is never a good idea when you're
it's
eating
not.
it. And
It's
that
not.
was.
What are you having?
So, well,
for your
today we'll be at my brother's, so there'll be the remnants of a turkey, but there'll be going to be loads of people there. So I don't know. They might even do another one. You never know.
Oh,
I think there'll be about 12 people there today.
I'm doing
I've got a
something
big
completely
family.
different. I've
Go on.
got a shoulder of lamb.
Oh, yeah?
I just push the turkey to the side and just cook that afresh.
Do you usually have turkey the rest of the year, though? Because I do from time.
I like a bit
Yeah,
of
I
turkey.
do like turkey.
Very
yeah.
lean meat,
Yeah,
nice
it is.
meat.
It is.
And as long as it.
It's moist. You've got to keep it moist, haven't you?
Yes, exactly. And that's the thing.
Tater Tot says on your views.
Or tater, maybe, as in potato.
It could be tater tot, right? Okay.
I'm just saying.
Well, love Boxing Day, cold meat and picky plates all round.
Yes.
And watching Agatha Christie later. Glad to be home with the loved ones.
Yeah, you see, that's the thing. Watching
Like a bit
television.
of Agatha Christie.
I prefer Wagatha Christie. That was good, wasn't it? Remember that? Wayne Rooney's
Yeah,
wife.
yeah, of
Rebecca
course,
Vardy
yeah.
and Colleen Rooney, yeah.
Yeah, that was a great court case, that was.
It
That
was.
was. Well,
Two women with nothing else to do except take each other to
well,
court.
except no. I mean, you say take each other. I mean, Colleen Rooney was just trying to work out.
yeah.
She gave her every opportunity to settle out.
Yeah,
of court,
she
actually,
did,
to be
she
fair.
did,
Every
so-
opportunity, and it still went there.
Yeah. No, I know.
But yeah.
Anyway, I like
we
an
laughed.
Agatha Christie. But when I was growing up, for some reason, they always thought Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid was really good family fare at Christmas
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Either that or The Great Escape, because nothing says Christmas quite like war and outlaws.
Yeah.
I think. There we go.
Oh, we're getting into the Die Hard debate then, is it?
Oh,
Christmas
I
movie,
don't
is
know.
it
I've never
not?
seen it, so I can't really discuss. I haven't even seen Home Alone. I don't know why. I've just had sort of huge areas of my film watching life that have sort of...
Well, I got to the mid-2000s without seeing Back to the Future.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is astonishing if you think about it.
I
went Back to the Future to watch it.
Back to the Future, tried Back to the Future too, and I just got bored. I mean,
yeah.
Back to the Future is good though.
Is it?
Well, I liked it. I mean, I wouldn't say it was one of my top films ever.
No.
But anyway, there we go. It is Boxing Day, and for many that means bagging a bargain in the post-Christmas sales.
Yes, retailers are bracing for one of the year's busiest shopping days, as shoppers are expected to hit the high street and spend about £3.6 billion in today's sales.
But the estimates from Barclays also predict that spending will be £1 billion lower than last year after shoppers react to another year of the cost of living squeeze.
Well, we're joined again by the CEO of British Independent Retailers Association, Andrew Goodacre. Great to see you again, Andrew.
Yeah, good morning.
Listen, in terms of the sort of reduction in spend on the high street, are you putting the blame firmly at the sort of feet of the Chancellor here, and all the speculation, all the sort of fallout from the budget?
Absolutely, and not just retail on high streets. I think any high street business that relies on consumers spending, hospitality, cafes, all sorts of businesses, were really struggling to understand why we had such a late budget. It fell at the end of November, 2 days before Black Friday, right in the middle of the busiest time of year for retail businesses, large and small. And it just felt as if that the build-up was such that it was largely negative. Consumer confidence dropped through the floor again, and it takes some picking up. And it's a real disruption to what we might normally expect or hope to expect on our high streets at this time of year.
Is the problem not, though, really one that people, that the high street shops can't really compete with, which is online shopping? You know, I know we're saying about, you know, Boxing Day, and of course it's a holiday, therefore you can go out onto the streets. We're coming up to Saturday and Sunday, so even people who work during the week, you've got the weekend. So actually in that way, it's quite good. But the point is that you can be shopping at 2 o'clock in the morning if you suddenly wake up and you think, and that is so much easier. And of course they don't pay the same overheads, they can afford to be cheaper. All of those things make it a challenging time for shops, full stop.
Yeah, that's true enough, Penny. And we have seen consumer behaviours change over a number of years, and it was boosted by COVID when shops were forced to close, of course. Now, since COVID restrictions ended back in 2021, the actual mix of sales has been fairly consistent in that about 33% of all products bought online and 60-odd% are still bought in shops. So shops are still the preferred area of purchase. I still think people want to come out, get good advice about the products they're selling, touch, feel those products, and absolutely trust what they're buying in shop. And there's a growing problem online. It's been there for a while, but it's getting worse. In the quality of product often isn't as portrayed in the pictures, but more worryingly is that there's an awful lot of fake items being sold online, awful lot of unsafe items being sold online that don't meet our standards. And I urge people to look very closely at what they are buying should they choose an online experience. The one thing I would say to anyone, if you're really not sure, go to a shop, because shops are pretty well regulated, very much more responsible, and will deliver great advice.
And Andrew, in terms of going to the shop, trying to attract people back into town centres again, the retail industry is upping its game here, isn't it? It's making it more of an experience that's just that bit more alluring than just trailing around the shops was.
Yeah, listen, competition helps, and the online experience has to be replicated in store, and it's really important that retailers of all sizes really respond to that and understand that customers they want to touch and feel, but they want to really experience something different in store that you will not probably get online. And this is why we're seeing a changing shape of high streets. There is less retail businesses out there, and that's understandable, because people are looking for more services. They want to get their nails done, they want to get their hair done, they want to get their beards trimmed, they want to do something different. Coffees have grown exponentially in the last few years. So I think there is the opportunity for retail to embrace that and be more of an experience when people come in store, so that it's more memorable. ultimately, one-to-one service, the quality of making people feel special when they're buying something is still absolutely vital, and it's still a uniquely high street experience as opposed to what you might experience online.
Thank you very much. That is Andrew Goodacre, CEO of the British Independent Retailers
Thanks again, Andrew.
Thank you.
Well, experts are warning that tens of thousands of homeowners could face being dragged into paying Rachel Reeves' mansion tax because of the way people's homes are valued.
Properties that tend to be overvalued by desktop assessments could leave homeowners subject to an annual surcharge of £2,500, £2,500. Labour targeting homes worth more than £2 million.
Well, we're now joined by political commentator Suzanne Evans. Great to see you again. Merry Christmas, Suzanne. This could be, you know, a bit of a misstep, couldn't it, for Labour, because they're going after these more expensive homes. They tend to be in the London area in particular, Labour's stronghold here. So it could backfire.
It could indeed, because what's going to happen with these re-evaluations is that people are going to appeal them. If you're just sort of around about that 2 million and it's a little bit of a grey area what your house is worth, then you're probably the kind of person who's got enough money to fight it, and they're not going to take it lying down. So what's going to happen is the Valuation Office Agency is going to be looking at records of house sales to try and determine how much a house is worth. But of course, if your home hasn't been sold for 10, 20, 30 years, which is very often the case in London, then how do they really know how much it's worth? They're also going to look at aerial maps of your property to try and suss out how much they think it's worth. Again, that's something that's very much open to interpretation and could be a misstep. The other way they're going to try and determine value is by looking at past planning applications. And again, that could potentially be a mistake. Just because you've got a planning permission for a massive, great extension on your house doesn't mean that you're actually going to build it. It might just be something that you've done to try and improve the sale price of your home, but it's not actually being done. So, you know, if they were looking at council tax bans, then it might be easier. But the way in which they're going to try and assess value is just going to be so open to interpretation that I think there'll be huge amounts of appeals. That means that the system and the implementation of the tax could be tied up in red tape and bureaucracy for years and never get off the ground. And given that in any case, this mansion tax isn't going to kick in until 2028, and we've got an election in 2029, when on current form, it looks like we will no longer be having a Labour government then, it might just, the whole thing might be a complete waste of time that doesn't raise any money for the Treasury at all and ends up, in fact, being cost negative because of all the appeals and the amount of time that the bureaucrats are going to have to spend on it. It could be one of Labour's most disastrous policies yet.
I tell you what, I did not realise until I came in today that Boxing Day is the busiest day on platforms like Rightmove, because homeowners are, you know, think, oh, new year, new gaff, and they want to be settled somewhere new by summer. So we're going to find out pretty sharpish what's going to, the sort of way that people are thinking.
Yeah, we are. You know, already the housing market has been stymied just because of the fear of a mansion tax that was coming in. So house prices of sort of average house prices in London have fallen for the first time in quite a while. So once again, you know, we have a situation where a government has decided ideologically it wants to tax the rich, whatever that means. And they've come up with this policy and these ideas, and they haven't thought through the consequences. You know, and policy making should be about thinking about the way in which people are going to react to a policy and what behaviour is going to result from this. And they just don't seem to have thought this through, which is why they've had to do umpteen U-turns on things like welfare reform, because their own MPs were furious about that. They've had to reverse on the family farm tax, on inheritance taxes, because it's been so unpopular. News today that over 6,000 farms have been forced to close or have closed since Rachel Reeves announced that appalling policy in October 2024, which drove farmers to suicide even. Absolutely revolting, really. And so now they've had to go back on that. And I think this could well be another area in which they have to U-turn if they get a chance to roll it out. As I say, it's so close to the next general election. It might not happen at all.
Yeah, they never seem to have been on the front foot at all, dragged, it seems, kicking and screaming into eventually making the decisions perhaps that they should have made a lot earlier. Listen, Suzanne, thank you very much indeed for coming on the show and speaking to us this morning. Have a great rest of your Boxing Day.
7:15 is the time for your weather with Tom Morgan.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold, in the south it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless there'll still be a keen easterly breeze, giving a fairly significant wind chill, particularly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well here through the course of today we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland, skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be 1 or 2 freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of Northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. And as we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature. But the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here. And that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And whilst some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Right, time for the Great British Giveaway now, and your chance to win our biggest prize to date, an incredible £85,000.
£85,000 tax-free. Yeah. Hayley Sparks has all the details.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to make your new year the best yet. And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. Imagine what next year could look like for you with a whopping £85,000 in the bank. You could find yourself on the adventure of a lifetime, or just safe in the knowledge that next year is on us. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours. Go on, give it a go, and Merry Christmas!
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Got some your views in, which is always welcome.
Yep, thank you very much. Thank you very much for getting in touch if you would like to. It's gbnews.com/yoursay. And we were talking about, the situation on the high streets. How does buying all these Chinese goods, etc., help our economy? Asked Kevin. Well, yeah, not sure how. Well, I suppose posting people.
Yeah.
That's it. Full
Indeed.
stop. Nothing
Well, Tim
else.
says retail, hospitality, they're both ruined by the previous budget by the Chancellor.
Yeah, and Stuart says the problem is it's too risky to spend money as the government takes more. I just try and survive without spending. I think that's... do you know what? I think Stuart actually has touched on something there in the fact that people are looking at things, and the reason why I think that people are buying less on the high street. I think they're buying less full stop because if you look at it and say, I don't know whether I'm going to be able to make it through next year, I can make do with what I've got.
Yeah, no, that's a big issue. That's why we're expecting £1 billion less in terms of expenditure in the Boxing Day sales. And finally, Tony just wanted to thank GB News for making my Christmas so special. Couldn't find anything on TV to watch. Oh, OK.
All right.
He tried.
Damning with faint praise.
Eventually, no, we'll just switch this
just do GB News, said... loved it. Also, the Carols by Candlelight was my pick of TV this Christmas, just ahead of Jaws. It was a fantastic service. It was actually, wasn't it? It was lovely, very lovely.
OK, still to come. As families gather for Boxing Day, we'll be finding out how to prevent any festive feuds.
This is GB News Breakfast.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions, but every Friday night at 9 p.m. you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m.
only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Well, Boxing Day is meant to be the calm after Christmas, the Christmas storm, but for many families, tempers are still high.
Yes, they say the average British household has 5 arguments on Christmas Day. Only 5. It's no wonder Boxing Day can feel a bit like round 2.
So how can we stop the festive flare-ups from spilling over? Well, we're joined now by the etiquette expert, Diana Mather. Good morning to you, Diana. Did you have a great Christmas?
Good morning to you both, and very happy Christmas to you too. I hope your household was not filled with arguments.
No.
Was yours? Were you raging away at the family?
So, yes, I'm in France with my daughter and family. And normally we have sort of a bigger Christmas dinner on Christmas Eve and then Christmas Day. But unfortunately, quite a lot of us had norovirus this time. So
wow.
It was not as good as it... well, it was very, very good. But it did probably stop any arguments.
Yes, I'm sure it did.
The French like a good argument, don't they, Diana?
They do, and my son-in-law is an absolutely brilliant debater, and my granddaughters too. They're very, very good. So I think you can't let an argument go too far. Once it starts getting personal or the volume starts rising, you have to say, which I have done in the past quite often, right, that's it. Especially at Christmas, we are not arguing. And you change the subject to something quite banal, like, so are you going on holiday next week, or whatever it might be? Or looking at the, enjoying the food. You can't enjoy food if you are arguing, and it's not good for your digestion. So concentrating on what you're eating, taking phones away from the table, and enjoying the moment is really, really important.
I think that's the point, isn't it, though? It's about trying to head it off at the pass before it becomes ingrained and everybody starts taking their corners. It's the thing is, there is a difference, isn't there, between arguments and heated debates, I suppose.
Absolutely. And the debate is great, and it can get heated, but providing the body language is fairly relaxed and people are happy and allowing others to have their say. It's once people start jumping in, not talking over somebody, that it can become very angry then, and that should be avoided at all costs.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends really who your gathering includes. If there are some people of a delicate disposition, shall we say, who don't like a good old rambunctious debate. I mean, in my household, we love a good old argument. It's great. It just gets the blood pumping.
Yes, I agree. And I think especially children and teenagers should be advised, let's say, if you've got Auntie so-and-so coming who doesn't like an argument at all and is likely to leave the table in a flurry if there's anything she doesn't agree with. So sometimes you have to be a little bit on eggshells. But on the whole, only ask the people who are in the same sort of mindset as you. But one can't always, do that with families. So I think the main thing is to listen to each other. Don't just put your point of view. Listen carefully to the other person's point of view, and then make up your mind what you're going to say. Because so often we have it bubbling in our mind what we want to say and can't wait to get it out there. And that can then become, it can escalate, which is not good news.
See, the other argument is about chores, I would say, about people not pulling their weight on a very stressful day. But of course, it is Boxing Day. And I suppose if there have been issues yesterday, then today maybe is the time to start off by saying, by the way, I think that this person ought to do that, having done virtually nothing yesterday. Maybe that's another way of of heading any sort of serious issues off.
I absolutely agree, because people can feel very aggrieved if you're doing all the cooking and all the clearing up. But I think one thing to do, especially with families, is to make a list in advance and say, right, this is your job on Christmas Day, this is your job on Boxing Day, etc., etc., etc. So everyone knows what they're meant to do, and not, I'm not doing that, I did that so-and-so, I did it. So,
oh, we know that voice. I recognise that voice. I think mine might have done that quite a lot in my time.
Anyway, listen, very good advice, Diana. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, and enjoy the rest of your Boxing Day.
Yeah, the time is, 28 minutes past 7. Coming up, we're going to be bringing you all the latest sports news with Aidan McGee.
From all of us here at the GB News family,
I wish you a very, very Merry Christmas, full of comfort and joy, and a glorious and prosperous New Year.
Merry Christmas to everyone watching and listening to GB News.
Good morning, this is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. Currently, the A83 is facing significant restrictions in both directions at Locknell Street in Loch Gilphead due to emergency roadworks. Motorists should plan alternative routes to avoid the area. Kent's A20 eastbound is experiencing congestion between the junctions with the A260 and the A256 near Dover West. Normal traffic conditions are expected to resume shortly after 7 this morning. And on the trains, there is no service currently operating on Avanti West Coast, and the Caledonian Sleeper is also not running today. Travellers are advised to check alternative transport arrangements in light of these disruptions. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Bold. They are under no illusion. Ray. Are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it. Don't get this on the BBC. Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines. The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it? From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos. What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak. Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand. Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace Saturday nights from 6 p.m, only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
Welcome back. As we've been saying, keep your views coming to gbviews@gbnews.com. And we've had one from Justin in Australia who says, loving watching GB News over here in regional New South Wales.
Hello, Sport.
Yeah, he says, Mark, I've loved your reporting this year. Thank you very much for that. And Penny, you're a breath of absolute... A breath, even.
Oh, breath.
You're a breath of absolute fresh air. And GB News really has no idea how far and wide you've reached. We were seeing this yesterday, actually. We had so many messages that came in from people in Vietnam, all around Europe, all around the world. Yeah.
Hello world, it's a brand new day. Or maybe not, depending on where. In fact, in some places, of course, it's almost tomorrow. Right, talking about sport. Here's a...
G'day, Sport.
G'day, Sport. Yeah, I speak fluent Strine. So, sport...
Well, look, I mean, where to start but Australia?
Oh, right, yes. How's it going now?
Well, England all out for 110. I mean, that's an appalling response to Australia on 150. So I would say in Melbourne, it's clearly not a batsman's wicket. It's been giving too much. Some would say that that's not a test cricket environment, but nonetheless, they should have done better than that. I mean, some of the scores were just embarrassing. I mean, Joe Root, who got 131 in the first test, his first test century in Australia, he was out for naught. Harry Brook made it to 41. Ben Stokes, he's the one who led the team to Noosa for that 4-day bender. 16, he was out for 16. Duckett, Crawley and Bethell also out as well. And it's the familiar tale of woe if we're perfectly honest.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been farce after farce, hasn't it, down there? I mean, not only have they completely spurned any opportunities that came their way, and against elite opposition, Penny, you've got to take your chances, especially at this level of cricket, and they've completely failed to do that. But even beforehand, we had the preparation, the one match against the reserve team, effectively, and senior players like Botham, Gooch. Cricket royalty, really, Sir Geoffrey Boycott, saying that isn't good enough. We've been to these tours before. That's not enough to prepare for a match against Australia over 5 tests. So, and he responded, Ben Stokes, by calling them all has-beens. I mean, how disrespectful can you possibly get? The level of arrogance is off the chart.
Exactly.
And then
don't do that. Why would you do that as well? Why would you do that?
It's just ridiculous. It's just making a rod for your own back. I mean,
exactly. You can call them has-beens if you like, but the problem is you can only call them has-beens if your performance is so good that you can say, look at our record, which you can't.
Precisely. Well, we mentioned that very point yesterday, didn't we? Talking about Paul Gascoigne in the dentist chair in Euro '96.
Who then went on to,
Yeah, they beat Scotland. They went to the semi-finals of the Euros. If you can back it up, no one really talks about it. We only really talk about the dentist chair incident in Euro '96 in a comedy kind of way.
Yeah.
We don't look at it back as a staging post for England's failure.
I don't understand the dentist chair analogy, but anyway.
Do you remember? You surely remember this? This is where England were. Terry Venables took. They had a friendly in China, I think it was, prior to Euro '96, which was at home here in England, and. Pictures surfaced on the front of the tabloids a couple of days after the England players had taken themselves out to the Jump Club, I think it was called, and the players were back. Gazza was among them, Teddy Sheringham, Steve McManaman was there as well, and I think Robbie Fowler, and he was leaning back in the dentist chair. Which was one of the famous chair in this club, and they were chucking shots down his neck and drinking everything. In fact, when Gazza scored against Scotland, he actually did the dentist chair celebration behind the goal, and he leaned back, and all the players got the Lucozade water bottles, other brands are available, and squirted it down their neck. But a joke was made out of it. But as you say, Penny, they backed up that incident with a result. England are not doing that right now, that's for sure.
But talking of football. Clearly just one Premier League game on, but lots in the Championship. Your beloved QPR off to Portsmouth.
3 o'clock kick-off. I'll be watching that this afternoon. I gave up my ticket to a friend of mine who's in the area today. He's visiting his mum in Southsea, so he fancies going to Portsmouth to watch QPR. So we're going to see that later on. Man United at home tonight against Newcastle. We mentioned yesterday how the Boxing Day fixture list has been decimated in the Premier League, not because of the weather, just because it was just too close to a Saturday. The Premier League have assured us that it'll be back to normal next year. I doubt the broadcasters are very happy with that, because and the clubs either, because the attendance is already very strong, as they are in other sports as well. The National Hunt meetings today and horse racing will be very well attended at 8 different venues. But also, the broadcasters they know that people are going to sit around the telly on Boxing Day and watch the football. Yeah. They will. I mean, I'm not saying they won't watch tomorrow, but Boxing Day is part of the tradition.
It's a Boxing Day tradition for me. Love watching football on Boxing Day.
Exactly. What do you watch on Boxing Day, Penny? Just another film?
Just another film, just another series, scrolling all over the place trying to find something good. And then there are so many where it comes up where it says, do you want to continue watching? And I think, obviously not. I've obviously tried 15 minutes and I've decided it's...
You fell asleep?
Not even just... Some of them are just so pants. They're just rubbish. They're just... it's even acting by numbers.
Yeah.
Do you like my fact about... I know you said QPR and you've got a friend in Southsea.
Yes.
Here's my fact.
Go on.
Only commercial hovercraft service in the world from Southsea.
Fantastic.
I think I'm right in saying, probably suddenly find that's a totally wrong fact.
I think he's getting an Uber.
There's certainly... well, you wouldn't need to go from Southsea to the Isle of Wight. So it's between the Isle of Wight.
I've been to Hayling Island.
Yeah. Hayling Island,
I did
very good bird watching.
I did a shoot down there prior to the 2008 Olympics. We had a sailor down there called Nick Dempsey.
Right.
I was telling everyone what a great hope he was for a medal. I think he finished about 15th.
Yeah.
But it's the trying that matters, isn't it?
Beautiful part of the world.
Let's take a little look at the horse racing calendar on TV as well.
Yeah, 8 meetings today, National Hunts, Aintree, Fontwell Park, Kempton, of course, with the King George VI, Chase, Market Raisins, Sedgefield. Sedgefield, Penny, was the constituency of which former Prime Minister?
Oh, is that Tony Blair?
Yeah, correct, absolutely right. I thought I'd test you. I've been waiting to do that. Wetherby, Wincanton and Wolverhampton. The King George VI Chase is the jewel in the crown, though, of course. Harry Redknapp, his horse down there is the Jukebox Man. My tip as well for Glory. Actually, can I just do something completely different?
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got
Back to cricket.
who was there. We were reacting, weren't we, to the Ashes and England's capitulation. We've got Luke Paul joining us now, live from Melbourne. Luke, very good morning to you and happy Boxing Day. You're down in Australia watching England fail miserably in the cricket. What was your reaction to that woeful performance this morning?
It's a pretty crazy day. I've only ever seen one game like that. That was back at Lord's, England v Ireland. But that was ridiculous for an Ashes Test match, particularly on Boxing Day. The pitch was doing a lot early. It's clearly a green pitch, but yeah, I mean, I can't really put it into words. It felt like there was a lot of scary atmosphere from the Aussies when they were bowling. They certainly feel a lot stronger than the English. I don't really know what else I can say about this tour, other than that it seems to be falling off quite a strong cliff. The wheels are coming off.
Big time.
Players like Harry Brett, Ben Duckett. I have a lot of questions about.
Does it have an end of tour feeling for you now, Luke? It almost looks as if the players don't want to be there.
Yeah, not really. I mean, my friends and I only flew out to Adelaide, and so we're here for Adelaide, Melbourne and Sydney. I think our big hope going into Adelaide was that this series would be live going into Melbourne. But today was just like the wheels have come off. And in some sort of sadistic way, it's kind of like the Aussies want 5-0. And in some ways, I don't really see what the point of winning in Sydney or Melbourne really feels like. It's just trying to salvage one thing from this tour. And in some ways, it's just quite odd and amusing to see England fall apart in such a way. But it is quite sad.
Luke, what about the mood among the rest of the Barmy Army? What were you picking up on atmosphere-wise in terms of the viewpoint of your fellow tourists down there? What are they thinking right now?
Yeah, I think cricket is quite different to football on this. So football, your fans turn your players quite quickly. You can often boo them, particularly at home games. In England, cricket, I guess you generally back your players. We had a lot of questions about Ollie Pope going into Adelaide. Decided to back him. Obviously, it didn't turn out great, but you're not doing them when you're going out bad. Same again with Ben Duckett. Obviously, the Noosa trip news broke this week, and your Barmy Army are thinking one of two ways, but they clearly backed him today. Again, he didn't perform with the bat, but it's good to see the Barmy Army getting around their players. I guess very different to other sports in that regard.
Listen, Luke, thanks very much indeed for joining us. Sorry it wasn't as you turned out, but I'm hoping that you can at least salvage some enjoyment from the rest of the tour. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. And happy Boxing Day, as I said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Aidan.
Very disappointing for Luke's point of view and for lots of other
I'm sure it is.
£250 million they spent down there.
Yeah.
Now, the time, 7:41, still to come. We'll find out why 200 civil servants cost the taxpayer £1 million a month.
That's next with Jonathan Liss and Benedict Spence, who'll be reviewing all of the newspapers.
Yeah, but first, here's the forecast, the weather forecast for some of the top European destinations.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you're off on a post-Christmas break to the Western Mediterranean, then do prepare yourselves for some pretty unsettled weather over the next few days. Parts of Spain and Portugal will see some very heavy rain and also some gusty winds. So temperatures below average, potentially even some mountain snow across parts of southern Spain. Unsettled for the Balearic Islands as well, and perhaps also Corsica. But most of Italy, Greece and parts of the Balkans seeing a much sunnier interlude compared to of late. There will be some mountain snow across the north of Turkey as well, though, over the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
True Grinch fashion, one neighbour has written a bar humbug letter to a festive father-to-be, outraged by what he calls Dave Goodwin's cheap and tacky Christmas display outside his house.
I mean, there
is no such thing as cheap and tacky Christmas today. Christmas is cheap and tacky. Dave accidentally, it happens, come on, brought a 20-foot inflatable Santa, believing it was just 4 foot tall, and inflated it outside his house.
Well, the neighbour's fury and Dave's giant Santa have now gone viral. And he's been left with little choice but to deflate the big man himself.
Or looking at that picture, went and brought a snowman that matched. Any case, we don't know. So joining us now is the man himself, Dave Goodings. Dave, you must be a bit deflated by this story.
Hello, good afternoon, guys. Yes, very deflated, because last weekend, the Sunday just gone, we decided to put up our Christmas decorations. You've got the tree behind me, and then outside the front, we've got 2 giant Christmas inflatables, one being a giant snowman and the other a Father Christmas.
So people have complained. Grinches have complained about this.
It's just the one complaint letter that we've had through the post. So we put them up on the Sunday, on the weekend just gone, and then I got home from work on Monday to an envelope that had been posted through the door. There's, no writing on the envelope, which I thought was a little bit weird. I opened it up, and lo and behold, in the envelope was this long letter, all in capital letters. I couldn't believe it, what I was reading. And at first, my heart sunk, because I'm not the kind of person at all. I hate upsetting anyone. I hate any confrontation, stuff like that. But for me, I was reading it, and I was like, oh, have I upset someone? But then after reading it a couple of times, it's so silly. It's a time of year where you can let your hair down, have a little bit of fun at Christmas.
GB News, the People's Channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Gates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Oh, it's the
back.
newspapers. Should we just talk together? Sorry, you carry on.
Well, I was just going to say it's the 2 commentators, Benedict and Jonathan. Benedict, first of all, with you, the Conservatives Conservative peer anyway, has come to reforms side here and calling for the Prime Minister to allow them to have some peers.
Yeah, so this is Lord True, who is the leader of the Conservatives in the House of Lords, who doesn't often speak to the media. I suspect, having said he's the leader of the Tories in the House of Lords and then said his name, most people would be going, they have one of those? That's nice. Had no idea. But no, what he said is that he feels that Reform UK, given that it has elected MPs, should have some representation in the House of Lords. Obviously, we've just had the latest round of peerages that have been announced, and Reform didn't get any. And it's an interesting point, isn't it? Because House of Lords reform is one of those things that's sort of been, is it really happening? Is it going on for a very elongated stretch of time? We're not entirely sure what the future of the upper chamber actually holds, what it looks like. But in the meantime, it is within the power of the government to hand out these opportunities to different parties. Every political party has some representation, even though the Scottish National Party don't have anybody who actually sits in the House of Lords. The Greens have them, the Lib Dems have them, obviously the Tories and Labour have them, but nobody from Reform UK, and that was obviously the case this time around as well. And what Lord True is saying basically is that, look, if you're going to sort of have the pretense of democracy in this country, then elected parties should probably have some representation in the upper chamber as well. So I think you could see it as a bit of an olive branch to Reform UK by a Conservative, but equally it could simply be that sense of fair play, saying, look, if we're going to pretend that this chamber is representative, they've got to have at least one each. And
who would they choose, do you think?
I don't know. I think you could sort of spin a wheel and think of some interesting characters. I mean, it's...
Well, they need anyone who's prominent who supports Reform needs to be standing for Parliament.
This is the truth, but that's the thing, isn't it?
They don't have hundreds of people that, whose names trip off the tongue. I mean, how are they going to fill a cabinet if they get into power?
It's a tricky thing, because I think on the one hand, Reform sort of it beyond Nigel Farage, it doesn't really have any sort of majorly noticeable names or anything like that. It does need a way of getting more people into the public eye. You'd have thought the House of Lords would be a quick way of doing that, until the odd by-election comes comes along. But then, of course, let's say hypothetically the polls, as they currently are, stay the same ahead of the next election. How do you actually get people into government and guarantee that people will get into government that you can have in your cabinet that may not necessarily be people that you're putting up as candidates? The House of Lords would be one route for doing that, as you know, the Tories did with David Cameron.
Yeah. Jonathan, Donald Trump, Christmas Day.
So, the President of the United States, who's obviously much beloved by family and friends, and was obviously spending the day with them.
And lots of other people.
Took time out of his day on Christmas Day.
From watching himself in Home Alone.
Tweet. Merry Christmas to all, including the many sleazebags who loved Jeffrey Epstein. Presumably that refers to himself as well at one point. Gave him bundles of money, went to his island to attend his parties, on it goes. Slags off one of his own Republicans who's dared to challenge Trump over the Epstein files. And then the failing New York Times, among many others, have also apologised for their bad and faulty election reporting. And on it goes. And ends with a lovely, upbeat Christian message of enjoy what may be your last Merry Christmas. President Donald J. Trump, that's the radical world of corrupt Democrat politicians. This is not a man who is well. This is not a well man by any stretch of the imagination. And that followed a message that he posted on Christmas Eve, which has also started with a very festive and uniting message of the president. Merry Christmas to all, including the radical left scum that is doing everything possible to destroy our country, but are failing badly.
What's wrong with that?
And then he says that we no longer have open borders, transgender for everyone. Because apparently, I don't know if you missed this, but before Trump came to power, everyone had to become trans, even if they didn't want to, and that's bad.
That's why I couldn't get a visa.
I've always opposed forcible transing. I don't think it's good for us. I don't think it's good for the country. I don't think it's good for the economy, actually. So yes, this is a president who is just crackers, basically. And I know it's funny when we read it out loud, but you read this out loud. I think someone said the other day, every American should be forced to read out his tweets or his Truth Social posts, read them out, and just say at the end of it, is this a well man?
Yeah. Jonathan, isn't he just a president that knows how to twist the knife for those with the old Trump derangement?
I think he's hysterically
He's the one with Trump derangement syndrome.
No, I think it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, is that that the insanity drives itself. I think it's very funny. Perhaps I wouldn't think that if I was an American, but looking at it from the outside, I can't help but laugh. I do think it's funny that you're actually saying every American should be forced to read his tweets, because at some point they're probably going to get taught in schools, or at the very least there's going to be a niche university degree on Trump studies where they'll go through
how could this have happened?
A bit like the writings of Tacitus. You'll have to go through all of this and try and find the subtext through which you can see the sort of the genius policy, or possibly insanity, I don't know. But trust me, it's going to happen. I honestly, it always amuses me, the fact that even though he is the president, he's the leader of the free world, he could have a million more important things to do. He always finds time to wind people up on social media. The commitment to the bit is...
By talking like a crazy person on the subway, come on, this is the president of the United States.
Okay. He's the president of every American. There we go.
Can we just end with a happy story, though? Jonathan, coming back to you, Cat reunited with the owner after 5 years.
Oh, Bindi!
This is a lovely story, Penny.
I knew you'd say
this is Bindi the cat, vanished 5 years ago in Hadnam in Cambridgeshire, but was found last week despite her owner's moving house. She was handed into a vet, and the cat immediately recognised her owners.
You see,
I didn't know that cats could do that. I thought that was more dogs that. But I'm not really a cat. I've never been a cat person, to be honest.
Oh, yeah.
They're lovely, but I'm slightly allergic. So.
It was probably kidnapped or catnapped by some neighbour anyway. It's probably getting lots of treats over the last 5 years.
I hope so.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Well, obviously, the nice thing is obviously not in bad form. In other words, so
absolutely,
that was the good thing.
Good old Bindi.
Benedict, I do want to talk next time you come back in again, because you are coming back in again. I do want to talk about the fact that London is going to be swimmable, which anybody who's looked at the Thames would go, what?
It's a lot.
Tell you what, without context, that's a really terrifying story. With global warming coming, it's going to be swimmable.
But stay with us, because there'll be more of that coming up.
Time now for a look at the weather.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold, in the south it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless there'll still be a keen easterly breeze, giving a fairly significant wind chill, particularly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well here through the course of today we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland, skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be 1 or 2 freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of Northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. As we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature. But the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here, and that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And whilst some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you for making us Britain's #1 news channel. Together, we have built something truly extraordinary.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A83 is currently restricted in both directions at Locknell Street, located in Loch Gilphead, due to emergency roadworks. Motorists are strongly advised to seek alternative routes to avoid significant delays anticipated in this area. And on the trains, Avanti West Coast and Caledonian sleeper lines are experiencing major service disruptions, with no services running today at all. Travellers planning to use these specific train services should consider making alternative arrangements and stay up to date with the latest travel updates. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
A very Merry Christmas to you all from the Aurora Collection Resort in Lapland.
We're on an amazing Arctic adventure to celebrate our greatest cash giveaway, a simply stunning £85,000.
And this Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win it all. So don't miss out this Christmas.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day.
bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
A really important thing about GB News, and it's brought something completely different to the landscape.
The mainstream is all about keeping the status quo as it is, ticking along quite nicely. They don't want to ask difficult questions.
GB News exists because there is a desperate need for fearless journalism that puts the people first.
GB News came on the scene as a disruptor, and it has always been a disruptor ever since.
Journalism in this country has been a cosy world full of groupthink until now.
Well, the reality is that most British journalists are afraid. That's not GB News.
Journalism is journalism at the end of the day, and we're not here to serve any masters. Our masters are our audience.
We're here to talk about things in a way that have never been broadcast on British Airways before.
Do not miss a moment on GB News.
The #1 news channel in the country.
Happy Boxing Day, a very good morning to you. Our top story this morning, a blow for Boxing Day sales.
Yeah, shoppers are expected to spend a lot less than last year. £1 billion less than last year, in fact, because of cost of living.
Not only is the turnout of shoppers expected to be down, but also the average spend.
Conservatives and Reform UK say that the government is presiding over a flatlining economy and a collapsing consumer confidence.
Well, also this morning, the traditional Boxing Day hunts are set to take place across the country. But could they be under threat as the government is set to consult on how to ban trail hunting?
King's speech this year marks the values of courage and sacrifice. The King also suggests that we adopt a digital detox over the festive season to focus on family and friends.
Tens of thousands of homeowners face being dragged into paying Rachel Reeves' new mansion tax because of the way the value of people's homes will be assessed.
And Surrey police are examining claims of abuse in the Epstein files, allegedly involving Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
And still thinking about food, we'll be looking at all the top tricks and tips to make the most of your Christmas dinner leftovers.
Should you have any?
Yes, you should. England's quest to salvage some pride from the Ashes has taken a first innings blow as they trail Australia by 46 runs on day one of the fourth test in Melbourne. And in football, Manchester United host Newcastle tonight in the day's only Premier League game.
After a cold Christmas, are there any signs in our weather warming up? Find out in your full forecast coming up.
It's just gone 8 o'clock. I'm Mark White.
I'm Penny Smith. This is GB News Breakfast. Leftovers. The thing about leftovers is you've got to have more than you need at the beginning to actually have any leftovers. And I don't know. I think this year I have failed miserably. And there's a distinct lack of leftovers apart from cheese.
Yes.
There's cheese left.
Well, in terms of leftovers, I've still got the leftover tingling sensation from the ultra hot and spicy celery soup.
Well, I renamed it. It was going to be called. So this is Penny. If you weren't watching yesterday,
you missed a treat.
Every Christmas day,
Did you bring a soup?
I did. I've got some. I'll let you try this one.
Thanks.
It's in the fridge out there. I'll get it out and
you'll love it.
Time from now. But it was going to be called celery and sweet potato soup, but I overdid the cayenne pepper, so we renamed it, didn't we, Mark?
Yeah.
Spicy celery and sweet potato soup. But generally, I think it went down quite well.
It was fantastic. Well, you saw, I just demolished mine.
He did. He could. I could have given him the entire urn. You'd have chucked it down your neck, wouldn't you? Not so sure about Dawn. I think she struggled with the. She struggled with the heat a little bit.
That's because she had some booze at the side there.
I know, exactly. But if you want those rambunctious flavours to come out in the engine room of the soup, you've really got to put your heart and soul into it.
The engine room of the soup. I don't think I've ever heard that.
Oh yeah, that's where the you saw that. There was that one road picture, wasn't there, where you've got the flavours in there. Probably where I overdid the cayenne, to be honest with you, Penny. But generally speaking, I think it just about salvaged it. And in previous years, I've done tomato and orange, I've done pear and celeriac, I've done chestnut, And you like the chestnut? You're a chestnut fan, aren't you?
Well, I like that there's barely any food that I wouldn't wolf down at some stage.
Is that right?
I'm not
well, that was
very
Mark
keen-
yesterday, certainly.
Yeah,
Mark.
yeah.
I mean, like all sort of good foods, it's better a day or two after anyway, with all the flavours and
Yeah, the celery, the onions, all the parsley, the dill just absorbs those loud, proud flavours.
So are you just going to finish off the remainder of the soup, or are you
No,
going to
I
make
am.
something?
No, I'll bring-
right,
I'll
you
bring
are.
some in.
So you're going to make some fresh?
Yeah,
today?
no, not going to make it fresh, but I've got some left over from yesterday, so I'll serve it up for you later on.
And you can never go wrong, can you, surely? With bubble and squeak, you just throw everything together, fry it in an old frying pan, and then just stick an egg on there.
And you say leftovers, I mean, you know, people get fed up of all the food they've got left over, the excess. It's always best to have too much than too little, I find, isn't it?
So we're having some soup a little later. That's great. What about my booze? I mean, yesterday was a veritable.
Was it a party in here? Did anybody at home get any news?
It was just a delight. We had champagne. We had cocktail maker in.
We were doing
two rounds of cocktails.
We were doing the soup. Dawn asked me the same question about 3 times. I don't know how much she'd had.
she was knocking back those cocktails.
I answered it 3 times as well.
Actually, do get in touch and let us know if any of you have replicated Aidan's now famous arduous soup.
Spicy.
Oh, sorry,
celery
spicy,
and sweet potato
no,
soup.
I've been
Keep it pithy,
accused
yeah?
of making arduous food because of the fact I like a chilli.
Oh, cool.
Or if you knocked back a few cocktails like us, then let us know about that as well.
Not me. It is Boxing Day. For many, that means bagging a bargain in the post-Christmas sales.
Well, retailers are bracing for one of the year's busiest shopping days, as shoppers are expected to hit the high street and spend £3.6 billion in today's sales.
The estimates from Barclays predict spending will be £1 billion lower than last year because shoppers are feeling the squeeze. And we're now joined by the CEO of the British Independent Retailers Association, Andrew Goodacre. Hello again,
Morning, Andrew.
So just put the flesh on the bones of this. So if we're going to spend, we don't know, but this is a Barclays suggestion. So it may be that it's not as bad as we think it's going to be, because after all, we're coming up to a weekend as well.
No, absolutely. I think Boxing Day is one of our traditions that we have in the UK. But the calendar falls quite nicely for retail in many ways, because Boxing Day is a Friday, leaving Saturday and Sunday non-work days for most people, and the opportunity to hit the streets on those days. And actually, not a lot of shops don't all open on Boxing Day, of course. Most notably, Marks and Spencer's is one of those stores that are closed on Boxing Day and will open on Saturday. So I think we have to look at the weekend as a whole from today onwards to see if people have come out in force on the high streets and spent their hard-earned and Christmas gift money.
I mean, that's a good point in the sense that, you know, everybody thinks Boxing Day sales, but these sales go on for weeks. So you don't really have to be in a hurry, unless, of course, you want to make sure you get a product before it's snapped off the shelf.
Yeah, the sales will be there till the new year, I'm absolutely sure. It is a time of year when retailers do try to move slow-selling items or end-of-line items as well, especially in fashion, because remarkably, as soon as Christmas and New Year are done, we're focused on spring time for fashion. So there is limited stock items, and customers will need to bear that in mind. But generally speaking, I think that, you know, these deals, these bargains will exist for the whole of the festive period.
Yes, I was looking at the facts and figures, and they're saying that in general, it looks like people are going to be going for clothes, food and drink, and beauty products. Beauty products is one of those things that seems to have come in much higher over the last decade. And I'm just wondering as well, particularly in the last few years since COVID, when people were treating themselves to little things that they kind of pretty much could rely on and that weren't that expensive.
No, it is interesting. It has been a massive growth area. I think Boots, the retailer, really commented on this, because they're one of the market leaders in this area, and it's one of their key product lines that they have is on beauty. So people do want to look after themselves or present themselves better, whatever the reason may be, but it's growth market. A word of caution, though, this is genuine as well. an awful lot of beauty products sold online look like bargains, but they're not the real McCoy, I'm afraid. So I urge customers to think very carefully about some of those purchases. And if you want to 100% know you're buying what it says on the label, then the shop is the best place to buy it.
Now, Andrew, much of the predicted downturn in the spend this year has been put down to that budget by the Chancellor and, of course, just the cost of living for people right across the country. What do you think in the year ahead the government can do actually to help the retail sector out here?
Well, the retail sector will need some support. Now, the biggest thing we can do is to generate some growth. And I guess, yeah, we were frustrated with the timing of the budget. We're equally frustrated that there's not a lot of growth built into the budget.
Yeah.
And the economy needs growth, because with growth comes wealth and increased consumer confidence. And when consumers feel confident, shoppers feel confident, they're more likely to spend money. So the retail sector, the high street businesses in general, do need customers to feel confident, which should come from growth. And we absolutely need to see that. But at the same time, one of the big fallouts on the budget has been that, again, the Chancellor choosing to give businesses a huge increase in their cost of running a shop or running a pub. Business rates have increased and will increase dramatically next year. And it's another cost that businesses are having to bear at a time when their margins are already squeezed. So, yes, we want consumer confidence, but we want the budget to really be rethought and businesses to get the support to enable their business model to flourish. Because at the moment, it's really perilous as whether how many businesses can survive.
And that is another problem, isn't it? Is when we talk about going on to the high street to shop, is that high streets 10, 20 years ago, bustling places. Nowadays, so many places. You've got closed up shops, you've got banks that are no longer there, which haven't been sold or used for anything else. You've got so many holes at some places. It's such a depressing thing to do, isn't it, go down the high street? That's the problem.
It is, it can be, and you know, it's very much split around the country as well. There seems to be a north-south split in terms of the prosperity of high streets that we see in the UK. There's still plenty of very, very good ones and vibrant ones, and people enjoy those. And it's not just about buying presents or gifts in the shops. There is a whole experience of having a coffee, a bite to eat, a sandwich, just a chance to catch up with people out in the open air as well. So there's lots of reasons for visiting, but we want to see more this year or in 2026 and beyond in terms of constructive investment, real looking at what can you do to regenerate a high street. We accept as retailers there probably will be less retail space, but that space needs to be repurposed, and we could bring people back into living in high streets. We could bring health centres back into high streets. We can do so much more with the buildings we have if we had a bit more imagination and a bit more commitment to ensuring that high streets survive.
Yeah.
OK, Andrew Goodacre, thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning. And we really do wish the retail trade a great 2026. Let's hope we get some consumer confidence back.
Exactly. 12 minutes past 8. Experts are warning that tens of thousands of homeowners could face being dragged into paying Rachel Reeves' so-called mansion tax because of the way that homes are valued.
Yeah, properties that tend to be overvalued by desktop assessments could leave homeowners subject to an annual surcharge of £2,500 as Labour targets homes worth more than £2 million.
Political commentator Suzanne Evans joins us again. And Suzanne, just remind us, so the problem is that if your house is over £2 million and you are going to be substantially out of pocket, the government calling it a mansion tax. But of course, there are lots of places, there are the cities where £2 million is not unsurprising, is it? Particularly people who've been living there perhaps for 40, 50 years.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, in some areas of London, you know, 2 million is sort of probably above average, I'd have thought, for some streets. But the fact is, Knight Frank, the estate agent, reckons that 190,000 properties will be worth more than £2 million by 2028, which is when the mansion tax is supposed to kick in. The government thinks it's going to raise £400 million, which isn't a massive amount in the whole scheme of the overall government budget. But of course, people who find themselves just around about that 2 million threshold are going to be pretty furious, I think. They're looking at paying at least £2,500 if they get caught by this mansion tax. So the big problem is, how is anybody going to know how much your home is worth? Now, there's obviously house price sales data, but if your home hasn't been bought and sold recently, perhaps 10, 20, 30, 40, even 50 years in some cases, then how is the Treasury going to know what it's worth? So the Valuation Office Agency, which is responsible for this, is going to try and figure it out, looking at sales price data, but also looking at aerial photographs of your property and looking at recent planning permission. So this is all very subjective, though. You look at an aerial photograph, does it really tell you very much about the value of a property? And a recent planning permission, well, you might have planning permission for a huge extension for your home, for example, but it doesn't mean you've actually built that extension, so it hasn't added any or very little value to your house. So I think what's going to happen here is that when this tax kicks in 2028, a lot of homeowners are going to appeal against it, because there is a right of appeal, just as there's a right of appeal against your council tax banding. And the system could potentially be tied up in knots and cost far more money than that £400 million which the government is trying to raise. The other issue is, as I said, it doesn't kick in until 2028. So if you can keep appealing and keep your appeal going until 2029, when there's another election, who knows? It might be off the cards altogether. So I think this is yet another of those policies that Labour hasn't thought through.
Commentator Suzanne Evans, thank you very much.
Thanks, Suzanne. Let's get a look at the weather now. Here's Tom Morgan.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold, in the south it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless there'll still be a keen easterly breeze, giving a fairly significant wind chill, particularly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well, here through the course of today we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland, skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be 1 or 2 freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of Northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. And as we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature. But the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here, and that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And whilst some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Right, time for the Great British Giveaway now, and your chance to win our biggest cash prize to date, an incredible £85,000
in cash.
Hayley Sparks has been on a magical trip to Lapland. She is very lucky and has all the details you need for a chance to make it yours.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to make your new year the best yet.
And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate.
Imagine what next year could look like for you with a whopping £85,000 in the bank.
You could find yourself on the adventure of a lifetime or just safe in the knowledge that next year is on us. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours. Go on, give it a go, and Merry Christmas!
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Yes, good luck with that.
Still to come, is your fridge full of leftovers? Stuffed to the gunnels with leftovers.
Well, we'll be finding out how to make the most of yesterday's Christmas dinner.
Five hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there.
Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racist tonight on the unpredictable.
What does she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Sir Jacob Rees-Moggs, State of the Nation. Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
What I've discovered is that a comet that was observed by the Chinese in 5 BC, I put together the information from their observation to come up with an orbit that would take this particular comet very, very close to the Earth. And as it passed the Earth, probably about the distance to the moon, a position on the rotating Earth would have seen the comet pause for a period of hours over a location. We have the same thing now with the geosynchronous satellite. If you stand at the equator, there are geosynchronous satellites that stay over your head 24/7. This comet was so close to the Earth that it would have had the brightness of like a first quarter or full moon. So it would have been clearly visible in the daylight.
So it would have been easy for them to follow. And how quickly would they have had to have travelled? Could they have travelled fast enough to keep up with it?
Well, it would have been a direction. So it turns out it takes 2 or 3 hours to walk from Jerusalem to Bethlehem. It's a relatively short distance. And that's the period of time where it behaved like this for those few hours. So there was the time available. Now, of course, their trip from the east, it would have taken many weeks. And the Chinese said the comet was visible in the constellation Capricorn for more than 70 days. And it's that appearance in one constellation for an extended period. Pilots know this. If you see an object in the sky while you're flying a plane, and it's not moving left, right, or up, down, it's actually on a collision course, or nearly so, with you. So the comet was heading more or less directly towards the Earth until, at least in my theory, they arrived in Jerusalem and walked that distance from Jerusalem to Bethlehem.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
Welcome back to you. It's 22 minutes past 8 now. Do you have a fridge full of Christmas leftovers and no idea what to do?
Eat your way through from the front. Lucky you. Our next guest has all the clever tips to turn those leftovers into a delicious meal. And we're not just talking turkey, although we kind of are, metaphorically. Celebrity chef Jameson Stocks joins us now. Morning to you. Happy Boxing Day.
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Boxing Day.
Yeah. Do you know what? I think genuinely, I've said it earlier and I'll say it again, sometimes Boxing Day is my favourite day because you can eat what you like and also you're forced into being a bit creative with what's left over.
I totally agree. And also the children have the toys and stuff so you can relax.
Exactly that, right. But anyway, let's get into the nitty-gritty then. If somebody did have turkey or maybe just any other meat and there's still stuff left over, what would you suggest is the first thing you do Boxing Day morning?
Well, what I tend to do for my children is I tend to do like a nice toasty for them. So, something quite simple and easy and, got some bread left over, got some turkey or some ham. Stick everything in a sandwich and toast it off, basically, with lots of cheese.
Right. Now, when you say toast it off, if you haven't got a toaster that's fat enough and you haven't got a toaster bag, you mean under the grill or whatever?
Well, I actually do mine in a pan. So I just butter the bread and then fill it up, butter the outside of the bread and then put it into my pan. Or you can also do it in the air fryer as well.
Good.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the main meal a bit later on, I was toying with the idea of doing, it's a bit cliched, I know, just making sort of turkey curry. But then I just decided I'm not going to do that and went off and bought a shoulder of lamb instead to just
ditch
the turkey, basically.
Oh, nice.
And go for a lot of people will probably do that as well, just decide they've had enough of the turkey. I mean, what can you suggest that isn't just turkey curry, basically?
Well, I use a lot of sprouts and stuff. I like to, you can make a nice stir fry with some sprouts, shred some sprouts, put some chili in there, put a little bit of, some chili sauce into it, and then put some meat into it if you want to put some meat. If not, just keep it vegetarian. And just put some noodles through it. That's quite nice for Sundays and for Boxing Days.
Yeah, that's a good idea, because, I mean, I love Brussels sprouts. So you're a hater or a lover?
No, love Brussels sprouts. No, there's barely a food that I don't eat. Jameson, I was just thinking, the other thing is, so Mark is now trying to... When you say ditch the turkey, you're not going to throw it away.
I've got two cats.
No, I mean, both James and I are horrified that you just do not throw food away.
No.
But can you how does it freeze? Does it freeze well, turkey?
Well, I would suggest to take the meat off it first and either use the carcasses and use them for some sort of stock or something, or you can freeze them. But I would definitely take the meat off the bone and freeze it separately.
Right, so you can freeze it and then have it.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, lovely. And then also, of course, there's the famous bubble and squeak, which is pretty much whatever you've got left, even if you don't quite know what it is, but you suspect it's not... I mean, we're not talking about Christmas pudding and Christmas cake, but the savoury stuff, plonk it all together, fry it up and put an egg on the top. Is that not one of life's joys?
It is, but a bit of brown sauce is normally quite nice. Yeah. But I think a lot of people are getting a bit sick of doing the same thing.
Exactly.
A lot of people put everything into a pie and put a pie lid on it and then use it. But, like I said, I made a toast this morning for my children. I've got one here. That's quite a nice, simple thing to use and do.
Lovely idea. And what about, actually, I talked about sweet things, but what about if people got quite a lot of, I don't know, Christmas pudding or panettone these days, or Christmas cake, mince pies, and they need to be eaten up, but everybody's going, I can't face another mince pie. Is there anything you can do with those?
Well, what I do, actually, if you've got a lot of Yorkshire puddings left over, some people do, some people don't. Instead of using a traditional bread and butter pudding, instead of using bread, you can use the Yorkshire pudding.
All right.
Nice.
That's a good idea.
So, do the normal vanilla creme anglaise, vanilla milk, sugar. Cook it out and then pour it over Yorkshire puddings and then put it into the oven. Maybe put some marmalade in there, maybe put some chocolate in there, whatever you wish.
No, that sounds sublime. Jameson, before you go, do you have a website somewhere that people can go and get any recipe tips?
Yes, it's www.jamesonstocks.com. And this was the toasty I made this morning.
Oh, wow, right.
Oh, that looks excellent. My goodness, that's a doorstop and a half.
We piled it with brie, cheese, turkey, curry. And, to make it to the next level, you can also use some of my sauce, which is available.
All right. Okay.
Thank you very much, James.
Right. Well, that's good. So, JamesonStocks.com, people can have a look and see all of your recipes. Thanks very much, Jameson, for joining us this morning.
Day.
Yeah, have a great Boxing Day. Cheers.
Thanks. And if you're visiting friends or family today, here's your traffic and travel update. And don't forget to stay with us on digital and radio.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. Significant restrictions remain in place on the A83 at Locknell Street, Lochgilphead, where ongoing emergency roadwork activities require continued attention to uphold safety standards. Motorists are strongly advised to meticulously plan their journeys and consider alternative routes to minimise potential delays. In rail travel news, major disruptions are severely affecting services, with no trains operating on the Avanti West Coast or Caledonian sleeper lines, impacting passengers' travel plans significantly. Stay informed. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
Well, still to come is one of the biggest days in the horse racing calendar. We'll find out what to expect in the Boxing Day races with Aidan McGee next.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk then?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up?
About 10. So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, DC.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK,
we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News,
the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Welcome back to GB News Breakfast. It's just coming up to 8:33, and that's time for the incredible, the fantastic Aidan McGee.
Oh, thanks very much. That's absolutely.
I love you a builder.
Yeah,
you
no,
know,
I
you
love
deserve
it. I love it. I love it. Thanks very much indeed. I appreciate it.
Especially as you're looking so dapper today.
Yeah, I know. Different to yesterday, isn't it? I ditched the Christmas jumper just for
lovely cardigan under the
Thanks
jacket.
My hat,
as well.
my hat's still on my seat, by the way.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the sequined one. Anyway,
the one you were made to wear by
I was
Dawn.
made to wear. Yeah, you know, Dawn.
I like a sequined hat on a man.
Dawn cracked the whip, didn't she? But look, it's a massive day of horse racing today. I want to bring in Mr. James McAlpine, a horse racing influencer, who's going to join us now. James, a very good morning to you and welcome to GB News. As I said to Mark just then, huge day of racing today. Take us through what we can look forward to.
Yeah, so good morning and happy Christmas from yesterday as well to you all. No, we've got quite an exciting day of horse racing today. Kempton Park, which is a fantastic racecourse. Aintree, of course, which I would see as a big one, as well as across Ireland.
Tell me about Kempton Park, because I understand there is some doubt over the future of the place. It'd be a great shame to see the King George VI race, or chase rather, moved away from there, wouldn't it?
Yes, I mean, it's horse racing's run by the people, it's kept up by the race goers, and I think it'd be a great shame to lose any sort of horse racing venue.
And James, tell me about the government's plans to legislate against the national hunt. What do you think about that?
Well, we saw in the outcome to the recent budget that they were going to put an outrageous tax on horse racing, along with all other taxes around the countryside and rural communities. Labour aren't the government to support rural communities, but I was very glad to see, and I very much welcomed the U-turn on the horse racing tax.
James, you still there?
Yeah, I'm still there.
Yeah, sorry. So I wanted to ask you as well if we could pull away from that for a moment. My good friend Harry Redknapp has his horse, the Jukebox Man, running in the King George VI. How do you rate the chances of that particular mare?
Well, I think every chance for every horse, really. It depends on the day. Sometimes the favourite wins, sometimes an underdog wins, which all makes all the more exciting.
And we've got 4 races tomorrow as well, including the Welsh Grand National at Chepstow.
Well, I'm not actually that familiar with Welsh horse racing as opposed to English. But no, as I said earlier, every single horse race will be an absolutely fantastic event for the family.
And just finally, how important is this tradition for you? How important is it in your family and your blood?
Well, horse racing's just for me, really. I mean, I started going to it a couple of years ago. I really enjoyed going to it. Race Day TV sort of really got me into it, and I absolutely love it. On the subject of tradition, though, just aside from horse racing, there's also, of course, the Boxing Day hunts, which are going on around rural communities today. And I'd just like to give a special mention to all those taking part and attending those.
Great, we hope you have a great day. I hope you have a great day as well, taking in all the races, 8 in total today, 4 tomorrow. Thanks very much indeed for joining us this morning. James McAlpine, the horse racing influencer. Good to hear from him.
Tell us about the football today, then.
Man United
just
host
the one.
Yeah, just the one Premier League game. Man United host Newcastle tonight at 8 o'clock. Bruno Fernandes looks like he's going to be out for a month now. Suffered that hamstring injury, Penny, in the defeat against Aston Villa at Villa Park last week. And you get different grades of tear, don't you? This one looks like a particularly bad one. At worst, you're looking at 6 weeks, but they think they can get him back in a month.
Did they pay for him again?
He was actually signed in about 2018. He's been there a long time. He's close to 300 appearances, but I think they paid 30 million for him. That looks quite cheap these days, actually, for a player of his calibre, because he's one of the only players who's actually produced any consistency over the last few years. But some would argue it's easy to do that when the pressure's off. You're not going for league titles and Champions Leagues as United haven't been since Sir Alex Ferguson left.
Yeah, interesting about it. Yeah.
Prediction for that one, I think Newcastle are going to get a result there. I think they'll win by a goal to 0. I saw them win there in the Carabao Cup 2 seasons ago. It looked very impressive.
OK, Aidan, thank you very much. We'll see you again, no doubt, in the next couple of hours. Still to come. We're going to discuss Sadiq Khan's plans to make London swimmable with Jonathan Liss and Benedict Spence. Look at them there, busy swatting. But first, let's have a look at the weather in the European destinations you might be planning on going to.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean all clear skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
If you're off on a post-Christmas break to the Western Mediterranean, then do prepare yourselves for some pretty unsettled weather over the next few days. Parts of Spain and Portugal will see some very heavy rain and also some gusty winds, so temperatures below average, potentially even some mountain snow across parts of southern Spain. Unsettled for the Balearic Islands as well, and perhaps also Corsica, but most of Italy, Greece and parts of the Balkans seeing a much sunnier interlude compared to of late. There will be some mountain snow across the north of Turkey as well, though, over the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates,
5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5.
You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah.
Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight. On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace
Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg's State of the Nation, Monday to Thursday from 8 p.m.
The National Trust has come under fire after declining a Catholic filmmaker's request to shoot a documentary at St Cuthbert's Cave in Northumberland. St Cuthbert's Cave was a crucial location for the film, as it's traditionally believed to be where the saint's body rested in 875 before he was moved to Durham, where it remains today. The Trust justified its decision by citing the project's religious affiliation, sparking accusations that the heritage charity has breached equality laws and is engaging in illegal religious discrimination. Well, I'm joined now by the filmmaker at the centre of the story, Christian Holden. Christian, thank you for coming in. So, first of all, tell me about St Cuthbert. Why do we mind about St Cuthbert?
Well, St Cuthbert, this historical figure, this great figure of the northeast of England and the Scottish borders area, was renowned for his physical prowess, for his great night vigils. I approached the National Trust to ask permission to film there, and the initial response I had from them by email was that they didn't host any filming of a religious or political nature. I made a phone call to that particular person and explained more about what we hope to do, and that aside from its religious storyline, there's also historical value to it, cultural.
And so you were making the case that St Cuthbert was a cultural icon as well as a religious icon in the northeast of England, a very important political as well as religious figure in the consolidation of Christianity in the northeast.
It's such a critical part of our culture and our heritage, particularly in that area as well. So I was bewildered to be refused to visit and film this site of such importance on the basis of essentially being a Christian filmmaker.
GB News, the People's Channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
It's that raucous ruckus of political commentators, Jonathan Liss and Benedict Spence. What did we decide we were going to call a brace of political commentators?
Dispute.
Oh,
that was very good, actually.
Thank you, but a dispute. But I would like to start with this story about London and Sadiq Khan, the mayor, committing to make London swimmable. Whose story is this? Is this you, Jonathan?
It can be.
Either of yours, or both of yours.
Okay, so there are cities around the world, including Paris, New York and Melbourne, are making an effort to clean up their rivers to make them more swimmable, and London's following suit. Now, if you remember, about 30 years ago, the Thames was absolutely so full of sewage and pollution that fish could not live in it.
It was considered to be officially dead
Right.
water.
And it is now alive in the sense that there are fish in it, and
And
you
there are
don't
even
necessarily...
otters occasionally.
Yeah, and you don't necessarily die if you kind of stick a leg in.
Well, that's good news.
Right.
Phenomenal.
But it's at the same
Unless you've
time,
got a cut.
But right, it's not advisable, but swimming is still not recommended. I remember actually, I think it was Matthew Paris, the journalist, who once swam across the Thames and while sort of discreetly, and then got in trouble for it when he kind of wrote about it, because you're not meant to do that, but mostly because it's actually a very busy shipping.
Not shipping, but waterway. Waterway.
But also, there's not a lot of freight going up and down.
And the current's very strong. And the current's very strong.
It's very fast flowing.
So that's why people are now, Sadiq Khan is talking about having floating pools and beaches, so you can have sort of section off areas of the Thames for swimming, and I very much hope it happens, because that'd be great.
Listen. I get that it's a good thing to make the river safe, but actually, should we not be expending just a bit more energy in making the streets safe?
You can walk and chew gum at the same time.
Exactly.
Well, can you?
I mean,
because it's going to cost money.
What do you think?
I was going to say, given the state of London's pavements, I dispute that it's possible to walk and chew gum at the same time. But that's by the by. I mean, one of the things that I think we do need to remember, and this is not to say that we should just leave the Thames as it is in an appalling state, but most major rivers through most major cities through most of history have been pretty poor condition because they are naturally used as sewers. We have slightly moved on from that, but I think we do need to remember this is a city of however many million people. It's never going to be particularly good water quality. It's also never going to be properly swimmable because of the tidal nature, because of the flow. Even if you were to stop river traffic, it still wouldn't be safe for the average person to swim across. So I think the point about maybe having other priorities, to me, okay, fine, swimming, it's a nice thing to do, but it does ever so slightly sort of reek of something that shouldn't really be that much of a priority. The whole sort of open, what is it they call it, wild swimming? It's a very kind of middle-class sort of pastime. And I think that it's one of those things that'll play really well with some of the mayor's friends, perhaps, say, I'm cleaning up the river. Does it actually impact anybody's lives?
Well,
I'm not sure it does.
It's not just middle-class people that go swimming. And if you did make it more accessible, then you'd encourage more people to do it as well.
But if it's not safe to begin with, I mean, this
is... If you make it safe and more welcoming.
How can you make a river that flows that fast safe?
Well,
it'll never be that safe.
That's what they're talking about, floating pools. And I think an awful lot of people in cities up and down the country would actually prefer electric bikes, electric vehicles and all the other sort of things that clutter up the pavement and make it really difficult for people who don't find it easy walking would be a better.
I was going to say, do you remember during the Olympics in Paris when they were trying to have people swimming down the Seine and they couldn't do it because the pollution was so bad?
Yeah, because it had rained so ferociously.
Yeah.
Now, Celine Dion steals the Christmas celeb dress-up game by sticking on a Grinch outfit, Benedict.
Yeah, she is dressed up as the Grinch, which has become it's become a real sort of viral social media trend. You see it a lot now. Well, I hope that we've got it on the screen somewhere, because if not, I'm going to have to hold it up, and I'm not sure I'm going to properly do it justice. But yeah, there's the camera over there. It's pretty good. I hope
Here we go. Let's just
take a look at this. Yeah.
All by myself, I want to be all by myself. The nerve of those Who's inviting me down there on such short notice. Even if I wanted to go, my schedule wouldn't allow it.
Hilarious.
Interesting.
You'd never know that it was there, would you?
It's a strange phenomenon, though. I mean,
is this a new thing?
It has been creeping up in the last sort of year or so. People dressing up as the Grinch, and I mean, it's one of the things that really sort of amazed me about the actual film, which is I think 25 or 30 years old this year or something like that. Is that Jim Carrey had to go through I think 6.5 to 7 hours of makeup every day to become like the Grinch, and he couldn't see anything on set because the yellow contact lenses and everything prevented him from seeing any more than about a metre in front of him. It's one of, I mean, it has sort of slowly crept up. It sort of panned at the time, but it's now become this iconic sort of Christmas thing where people, dress up and they act like the Grinch and all that. And it's a slightly, as I say, slightly unexpected development, given that at the time it wasn't received critically particularly well, but it has become a bit of a cult classic.
Wouldn't they do it with CGI these days?
They would, and it would be dreadful as a result. I do think that's
possibly not with any actors or anything involved. Jonathan, 200 civil servants working on government responses. This is from The Eye.
Well, this is part of civil service responsibilities to to do all kinds of things regarding inquiries and freedom of information requests. Clearly, COVID was a massive ordeal for this country, and the inquiry was a huge undertaking, and government, civil civil servants are working hard to plan against future.
It's £1 million a month. £1 million a month.
I mean, I think it could probably be cheaper. It could probably be cheaper than that.
But then, the civil service, it's not that.
If there was a pandemic again, and the response wasn't good enough, we'd have complaints about that too. So I think the whole point of having the inquiry was so the government could, sort of learn lessons from it.
I also think whenever we hear sort of these figures, and you think £1 million a month or whatever it is, and that might have been a lot sort of 20 years ago, but inflation has really, I think, warped people's perspectives of what is or isn't an awful lot of money. We get this an awful lot as well when we're talking about, for instance, tax changes in this country. When you hear, oh, such and such a person is going to be taxed at a certain rate when they get to 40, 45 grand, and lots of people are sat there going, that sounds perfectly fair, and there are lots of other people at that amount of money going, hang on, this isn't 1995 anymore. That's not a huge amount of money, and that's interesting. But also, I mean, I think the more staggering thing is the number of civil servants rather than the amount of money that's being spent. Because I suppose when you divide that million by the 200 civil servants, very suddenly you begin to realise maybe these aren't the best paid civil servants. But I think, spending an amount of money and putting that amount of resources into government responses to something, I think that's a very interesting development. I just don't think that we would have been prioritising things that much. But, as Jonathan says, COVID, it was a big time. You need to be on top of these sorts of things.
Now, something that is shameful is the soaring number of patients who are just being left on hospital trolleys and corridors. Yeah. That's gone up.
That has. That's at a record high. I think the actual figure I've got down here, the number of patients left on trolleys for 12 hours or more is now at a record high, which understand, obviously, at this time of year, that's a very sort of acute thing that lots of people will feel because it is the time of year when the NHS is most squeezed. But this is, of course, overall. This is not just at Christmas. And something like, I think the number has gone up something like 300 to 400 times over the course of the last decade. Yeah. And it's a weird thing, actually, because the NHS has slightly gone, I think, slightly by the by under Labour at the moment, because it's not been top of the agenda. There have been many other things beyond the doctors' strikes. Actually, the performance of the NHS has been, I think, slightly overlooked. Perhaps in the sort of the wake of COVID, people have had a bit of fatigue about it. But it is one of those things that just never goes away. And the state of the health service, at some point, there is going to have to be very significant intervention. When will there be a government brave enough to grasp the nettle?
Except, Jonathan, that it's actually social care which is causing quite a lot of the issues. Because if you have people who are older or who need help after they leave hospital, they're ready to leave. They just can't because social care is not joined up with the NHS, is it?
Well, that's why you did have a merging of sort of different, a rebranding of the health department into sort of health and social care. So technically, the Minister, Wes Streeting, is the Secretary of State for both those things, which should hopefully promote and prompt some efforts to merge those services and provide what really should be kind of services for all people who need the help of the state. And as you say, there are really good reasons for that, not just moral ones, but practical ones as well. If people can't leave hospital who are fit to leave hospital, and obviously, but at the same time, it's December. The health service is very overstretched, and so you would expect there to be a lot more people.
The one thing that I would say, and that's true, that the sort of the blockage in social care is an issue. What we're talking about are not people who are going into hospital to get better and then will spend the next 20, 30 years living healthy lives. I'm afraid to say, given the demographics we're talking about, these are people who, even if social care was working as it's meant to, would go into social care and then would be back in the NHS at some point anyway, because they're at that sort of chronic stage of life, which we've managed to do as humanity rather well, which is get old age to be something that can be perpetuated, but you can't cure it. So ultimately, it's one of those things where, yes, you need the resources to be there in social care, but you can't then say, once we solve it, it'll be fine, because those people inevitably will come back through the system again.
And we would also be better if we actually stopped people ending up in hospital in the first place, and if the primary place that we got care was actually working well, as in getting to a doctor.
But knowing that we get these bottlenecks, I just wish there could be a bit more thought put into the likes of even an overspill area that wouldn't be that expensive, that could be prefabricated or whatever, so you didn't have the indignity of people being lying in corridors that you could have in times of extra busy.
Like a Nightingale Hospital.
Sort of, something like that. Yeah,
So
could be prefabricated.
that's obviously incredibly expensive to build and then maintain.
But not necessarily if it's prefabricated building a bit.
But again, it goes back to what I was saying, which is that at some point a government is going to have to grasp this. Whatever the solution is going to be, it's going to be expensive. And the only time actually we've had a Prime Minister who's been prepared to try and take a difficult approach to social care, it was Theresa May, and we all know how that ended up for her, not very well.
Yes.
Yeah, and that is
whatever happened to Theresa May then?
I'm sure she's having a really nice Christmas, not having to worry about any of this stuff.
Merry Christmas to you, Theresa.
Running through wheat fields.
Thank you very much, both. It's time now for an update of your weather, and it's over to Tom Morgan.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold, in the south it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless there'll still be a keen easterly breeze, giving a fairly significant wind chill, particularly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well here through the course of today we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland, skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be 1 or 2 freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of Northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. And as we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature, but the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here, and that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And whilst some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you, Britain, for helping us reach 10 million followers across our social media platforms. We're truly honoured to have your trust, one follower at a time.
Good morning, this is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A83 is currently restricted in both directions at Loughnell Street, Loch Gilphead, due to urgent and unavoidable emergency roadworks. These repairs are necessitated by critical safety concerns, and drivers should anticipate delays as repair crews work diligently to address the issues efficiently and ensure public safety. On the rail front, all train services on both the Avanti West Coast and the Caledonian Sleeper lines are completely suspended today, compelling travellers to seek alternative transportation options to minimise disruptions to their journeys. Stay informed with the latest updates and changes at gbnews.com. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters. Real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
The fact has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's Political Podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
A really important thing about GB News, and it's brought something completely different to the landscape.
The mainstream is all about keeping the status quo as it is, ticking along quite nicely. They don't want to ask difficult questions.
GB News exists because there is a desperate need for fearless journalism that puts the people first.
GB News came on the scene as a disruptor, and it has always been a disruptor ever since.
Journalism in this country has been a cosy world full of groupthink until now.
Well, the reality is that most British journalists are afraid. That's not GB News.
Journalism is journalism at the end of the day, and we're not here to serve any masters. Our masters are our audience.
We're here to talk about things in a way that have never been broadcast on British airways before.
Do not miss a moment on GB News.
The #1 news channel in the country.
Very good morning to you. Our main headline this morning, a blow for Boxing Day sales.
Shoppers are expected to spend £1 billion less than last year because of the cost of living.
Not only is the turnout of shoppers expected to be down, but also the average spend.
Well, the Conservatives and Reform UK have accused the government of presiding over a flatlining economy and collapsing consumer confidence.
Well, also this morning, the traditional Boxing Day hunts are set to take place across the country. But could this be under threat as the government is set to consult on how to ban trail hunting?
Well, the hounds here certainly ready to go hunting today. They've had their breakfast, excited for a Boxing Day hunt, but fears it could be for the last time as the government looks set to ban the practice. I'll be finding out what that means for them later on.
The King's speech this year marks the values of courage and sacrifice, and he also says that we should perhaps do a digital detox. Not that he uses those words, but he suggests that we do that over the festive season to focus on family and friends.
Tens of thousands of homeowners face being dragged into paying Rachel Reeves' new mansion tax because of the value of people's homes.
Surrey police are examining claims of abuse in the Epstein files, allegedly involving Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
And still thinking about food? Well, we'll be looking at the top tricks and tips to make the most of your Christmas dinner leftovers.
England's quest to salvage some pride from the Ashes has taken a first innings blow as they trail Australia by 46 runs on day one of the fourth test in Melbourne. And in football, tributes are paid to Nottingham Forest two-time European Cup winner John Robertson, who's died at the age of 72.
After a cold Christmas, are there any signs in our weather warming up? Find out in your full forecast coming up.
It's just gone 9 o'clock. I'm Mark White.
I'm Penny Smith, and this is GB News Breakfast. So, I was reading about, because of course it's coming up to the time of New Year's resolutions. Do you do New Year's resolutions?
No.
No, because the point is you only keep them for 3 days and then you feel really guilty and rubbish for the rest of the time. But this is a woman who's suggesting that the habits that we wish you would ditch, including something that I've never heard of called online vague booking. Have you heard of this?
No.
Do you know what this is? So what happens is that you post a cryptic message on social media in the hopes of generating a rush of messages from concerned friends.
Yeah, I've heard of that.
Oh, you have heard of that?
I've never done it, but I've
heard
heard
it. So you put things like...
It's called attention seeking, basically.
Yes, exactly. I don't know why we call it Vogue booking, but it's things like saying, worst day ever, please send supportive vibes.
Oh,
they don't
sometimes it's not even as out there as that. It just says, worst day ever. And everyone's going, are you OK, hon?
Yeah, that's it. That's what they're after. Anyway, there's quite a few things where I went, tick, yeah, that one. Middle-class dumping. This is where you decide to get rid of everything and you can't be bothered to take your old tat to the dump. So you put it outside your house, take a photograph of it and say, help yourself to all your friends and everything. I call that fly tipping, actually.
Well, my parents had care homes. That was their business. And they used to put anything they didn't want. It was a high turnover furniture, of course, because these were big units. And they just put anything out the back in Gillingham and, goodness me, within 20 minutes, sometimes it was gone.
Really?
Sometimes it was some godforsaken rubbish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not that we had that in our homes, of course. We had
Of course not. But there was a very good tip from somebody who recently posted about how they had put a perfectly decent microwave on there because they were having their kitchen redone or whatever, and it was a working microwave, and they put it outside and they put free microwave working. Nobody took it, and then they put microwave, £50, put the note through the door, went in a second.
Wow.
There you go. So still free, but it was just that
so
they
people
thought
were just suspicious.
Yes, exactly.
I do see it around certain parts of London, though, in the residential areas. I do see stuff being put outside of doors, especially around this time of year, just to take.
Yeah, I know, but it's just... Yeah, but how long do you leave
I've
it
seen
there?
that as well, and it just sits
and it sits there
week
forever.
after week.
It's so hard to get rid of anything.
Yeah.
So Wandsworth Borough Council, I don't know if they still do this, but they went through a phase of having a skip on corners like once a month because nobody has a car anymore, so nobody can go to the dump to drop stuff off.
Well,
so that so stuff is left outside of doors. Because getting rid of it is tremendously difficult by comparison to what it used to be.
Anyway, the other one I would wholeheartedly approve, and I'm sure you'd all say, is not using headphones and having shouty conversations with people on speakerphones. They just shout away, no, so I thought I'd do that, and then you have to...
That's attention-seeking as well.
Oh,
I'm on the phone!
Yeah, exactly. No,
Dom Jolly.
Exactly. That's the one, isn't it?
Anyway, we're talking to Lauren in just a minute, but first, experts are warning that tens of thousands of homeowners could face being dragged into paying Rachel Reeves mansion tax because of the way that people's homes are valued.
Properties that tend to be overvalued by desktop assessments could leave homeowners subject to an annual surcharge of £2,500 as Labour targets homes worth more than £2 million.
We're now joined by political commentator. You've already seen her. Now you're going to hear her talking about this, Lauren McKevitt. And the thing is, it's a real issue, this one, isn't it? Because there are so many problems with this mansion tax that this is going to actually end up being tangled up in legal challenges.
So we have had a problem in England, and it's important to distinguish between the other nations because this has devolved to Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland. We haven't had any kind of revaluation of homes since 1991 in England. And what that means is that council tax bands and council tax rates are set at 1991 valuations. Which results in homes that have massively appreciated in the southeast not having had their council tax altered that much, and homes that really haven't altered in valuation elsewhere in the country, again, paying a similar rate when in fact the disparity is now large enough that their rate should probably go down and their rate should probably go up. But this is like the third rail of British politics. The Englishman's home is his castle. You touch this and you die, politically speaking. And so government after government has avoided revaluing these homes because it will upset to an enormous degree a group of people who are the bulk of homeowners, which is basically the over 45s, in large numbers of whom turn out at election far more than younger voters turn out. And so people are going to be penalised at the ballot box by a group who do turn out for elections by fiddling about with home valuation. But that being said, we have put enormous pressure on councils over the course of the last 25 years to provide services. Most council services are not actually used by most people. And what that means is people are frustrated because the council tax they're paying is not resulting in their potholes being filled in, is not resulting in their green bin being picked up. They now have to pay a surcharge for their green bin. But we have loaded on, educational requirements to councils financially, the so-called the mandates that they must fulfil before they can spend any money on things like roads. And they don't actually impact most people's lives. It's adult social care, which is an increasingly burdensome cost, child social care, education, healthcare from within council provision, all of which must be financed before things like roads, which is how you actually experience council tax. So you feel like you're paying council tax and should be receiving services from it and are not. But the reality is we're asking councils to do an enormous amount more, and that's why some of those services are getting lost. So there does have to be a revaluation at some point.
Yeah, but the revaluation is also, it shows just how unfair and how unworkable the council tax system is. Because, yes, it gives you a value on a property, but doesn't tell you at all what the potential income and outgoings of an individual is, the affordability of that council tax. Just because you live in a house that you may have inherited from your parents, that you may have lived yourself in for 30 or 40 years.
Or that when you bought it was a reasonable price and is now shot up through
There's got to be a fairer way of collecting money, isn't there?
There's kind of a disconnect between what Whitehall feels should happen, which is that more people should downsize, and therefore and sort of create movement in the property ladder, because there's kind of a blockage in sections of the property ladder, and that's one of them.
Some of that through stamp duty and various other ways.
Exactly. So then consumers of a housing product, owners of housing, don't want to sell because of stamp duty, don't want to sell because it's their homes, don't want to sell because there's a personal connection to the home that the government, in creating policies like this, doesn't really tend to understand well. But the problem with the approach that the UK government has taken on this, by only doing the kind of the mansion tax end of valuation, they're missing a trick to actually revalue everything and do an actual sort of a consistent overhaul of how council an audit of how council tax is collected, spent, what it's spent on, whether or not these mandates still work, whether or not the UK government should be spending more directly rather than sending it through councils, whether or not councils should be doing more directly. We're getting huge amounts of devolved powers towards mayors, and yet the fundamental underpinning of how local government is financed has not been addressed since 1991.
Lauren, can I ask you about, more generally, in terms of where this government may or may not be headed in the year ahead? We've got those elections coming up in May, those that aren't being sort of postponed for a while anyway. Do you think, given the shocker that Sir Keir Starmer has had this year, that he can survive much beyond the May elections if it does go disastrously along?
So one of the areas that, I mean, the area that I actually, grew up in politics working in is Wales. And there's a big election coming in Wales in May where Labour look like they'll do worse than they've done even from before universal suffrage. Yeah. They are currently polling, and some polls have them at 10%, equal to the Conservatives, who've had an absolutely disastrous 2 years in Wales.
The Party of Wales.
Well, no, technically the Party of Wales in the branding terms is Plaid Cymru.
But I mean the traditional...
The traditional, party of the last 100 years has been the Labour Party. They've obviously, in one form or another, been in power in Cardiff Bay for the entirety of the devolution era, and services are appalling. 20% of Welsh primary school leavers are leaving school functionally illiterate. The North Wales Health Board has been in special measures for 13 out of the last 14 years. Services are crumbling in Wales, and Labour have been in charge of them. So ironically, this is a Keir Starmer-shaped problem for him, but not a problem of Keir Starmer's making. Keir is going to be negatively hit by poor Labour performance in Cardiff Bay, and that will bleed across to how he's viewed in London. Similarly, it looks like Labour will have a tough time in Scotland, north of the border.
Because we've seen Reform actually making some headway there.
In Wales too, and these are the elections that cannot be cancelled. So these, they can't fiddle about with these ones. Now, it should be said that these councils are being offered the chance to cancel, to postpone their elections for a year, if they feel in the reorganisation that they've had to do that they have not reached the point where they should have an election, or the election would only be for 1 year, and therefore you're looking at £1 million spend for 1 year's worth of, in which case I think that there is a value for money argument with some of them. But some of them very clearly is just the Labour Party wanting to dodge accountability. And I think he's going to have a tough year politically, and he's going to have a tough year electorally too.
Mel Stride, the Shadow Chancellor, is writing in the Daily Express today. And I think many people will look at what he suggests and say, oh, yeah, we do need that. Britain needs policies that reward work, reward enterprise and reward innovation. And obviously start to bring taxes down. I mean, it's all very well and good for him to say that. I mean, you know, every time you look at comments like that, you say, well, you did have 14 years to do that, and you didn't exactly do that either. So but that is, if we actually felt better, that would also, you know, the problem with the Labour Party is it seems that they're, you know, like we talked earlier, didn't we, about the fact that the budget went on for a month just before Christmas. Just before Christmas. You think, who is advising them?
Well, see, we always had a fiscal statement of some kind before Christmas back in the day. It was called the pre-budget report.
It was in October?
No, it was in December. I got my first diary story out of it one year.
Oh, my goodness.
I went to the Parliamentary Carol Service. And David Cameron was Leader of the Opposition, and his reading was that reading from Luke, and there came a time when all the world should be taxed. And it was the day of the pre-budget report in opposition, so I got a diary story out of him having the most appropriate reading imaginable for Gordon Brown and Alistair Darling taxing the absolute bejesus out of the country. And there is a need for an autumn statement of some description. Whether it happens in October or December, I think, you know, if you're going to have an autumn statement like the one that they had, it doesn't matter if it's October or December, it's still going to be a problem for people over Christmas. Yeah. But we'll see that today in people not going to the shops in the way that they might have done. The Boxing Day sales won't be as, you know, as well attended. But a lot of people are shopping online now anyway. Yeah. So footfall is not necessarily a good measure of this.
Yeah.
OK, listen, thank you very much, Lauren. We're going to catch you next hour as well. Yeah. So thanks for chatting.
Yeah. The time is 14 minutes past... Actually, what time is it? 14 minutes past 8?
Past 9.
9. Oh, for goodness sake, what is going on?
Yes, time flies.
It's still Boxing Day. Riders and hounds are out in full force for the biggest day of the hunting calendar.
Yeah, tens of thousands are expected to take part in the hunts across the country today, despite the government's plans to ban trail hunting under their animal welfare strategy published shortly before Christmas.
Countryside Alliance has accused the government of alienating rural people after the latest announcement. And they warn that Sir Keir Starmer will have difficulty restoring faith with Britain's countryside.
Well, joining us now from Oxfordshire ahead of the Haythrop hunt is GB News national reporter Will Godley, who are about to feed to the hounds, Will.
Mark Penny, good morning to you. Yeah, from a very crisp, beautiful morning here in the Cotswolds, but the peacefulness and the birds singing rather being drowned out by these hounds here. Rather excited to go hunting today. Some 120 or so hounds here at the kennels at Swinsbrook here, and they're all getting ready to go Boxing Day hunting, but fears, of course, it could be for the last time, of course, as the government announced their plans to ban trail hunting, saying it's a smokescreen for animal cruelty. They'll be launching consultations about what that ban would look like, really overshadowing traditions here. Let's now speak to Josh, the kennels manager here. Josh, if this ban was to go ahead, what would that mean for you and the hounds here?
Well, myself, I wouldn't have a job or employment at all, and this is all I've done ever since I was 17, so it's all I know, really. I mean, the hounds, it'd be a loss of breeding that is completely gone to waste. They're bred back to the 1750s, you know, and it's a lot of hard work. We do this as a job for life, not for, you know, a class act.
And these kind of trail hunts today are hugely a traditional part of life in the countryside. What are you looking forward to today?
I'm looking forward to seeing all the support we'll get in Chipping Norton. There'll be thousands and thousands of people there. You know, everyone comes to see the hounds and the staff and the hard work that we put in over the year, and it's a social for people as well.
Wonderful. Well, Josh, thanks for joining us. Let's speak to Nessie, one of the hunt masters here. Nessie, these claims that the government's saying a smokescreen for animal cruelty, these hunts, is that a fair comment?
No, absolutely not. We all hunt within the law. We lay trails. This morning we'll be setting off. We'll be putting this American animal-based product onto rags such as these. We'll have 3 or 4 trail layers. They'll go out half an hour before each trail, and the idea is that this scent is much stronger than the animals, so therefore they shouldn't deviate from the trail, and we'll be going out for a couple of hours and doing what these hounds have now been trained to do.
And all of this comes as a new poll out today from the Countryside Alliance suggesting that 2/3 of voters think that the government is neglecting rural communities, neglecting people who live in the countryside. What do you make of those findings?
Absolutely, it feels like a vendetta. We've got such a community of amazing people that this is the central hub, and for us, we feel that the government is picking on the countryside, on the rural community. We feel that we know it brings over £100 million into the rural community. I question the priorities of this government, that they feel that they need to get rid of a lawful activity which brings that amount of money into the rural community.
OK, Nessie, Josh, thank you very much for joining us on GB News. The thoughts here ahead of this hunt happening, of course, at the traditional time of 11 o'clock, kicking off in Chipping Norton, but this year overshadowed by that ban the government want to introduce on trail hunting.
Good stuff, Will Godley. Release the hounds. I'm sure you can keep ahead of them. You're quite a fast wee mover when you get going.
Have you seen him running?
Yeah, running for a pint.
Oh, right. OK, I was just going to say, he does look like a sort of speedy person.
Yeah.
Let's get your weather update with Tom Morgan now.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold, in the south it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless there'll still be a keen easterly breeze, giving a fairly significant wind chill, particularly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well here through the course of today we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland, skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be 1 or 2 freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of Northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. As we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature, but the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here, and that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And whilst some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Box Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Well, time now for the Great British Giveaway and your chance to win the biggest cash prize to date, an incredible £85,000.
It does better. It sounds better in...
It does when we do it double-headed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Hayley Fox has been to Lapland and has all the details.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year. An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to make your new year the best yet. And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. Imagine what next year could look like for you with a whopping £85,000 in the bank. You could find yourself on the adventure of a lifetime or just safe in the knowledge that next year is on us. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours. Go on, give it a go, and Merry Christmas!
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
23 minutes past 9, still to come. What's been the best on television this Christmas? We'll be discussing that in just a moment.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, DC.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
Bold.
They are under no illusion.
Ray.
Are you a human trafficker?
Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
No,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
From the school run to the home run, watch a new show for all of Britain.
He can say whatever he wants.
A straight-talking show where all voices are heard.
And, you know, when are we going to stop talking about smashing the gangs and actually do it?
With the stories that matter from every part of our country.
There's a bit of a crash landing there for your Chancellor.
Bold, fearless and standing up for you. That's me, Martin Daubney, 3 p.m. till 6 p.m, weekdays, here only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m, only on GB News.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Britain deserves a newsroom that puts the facts and your voice first.
Well, and that's what you get on GB News. Lively debates, lively conversation.
And we're not afraid to hold power to account.
And each other. So join me, Andrew Pierce.
And me, Miriam Cates, for Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 on GB News.
"25 minutes past 9. What's the best thing that you want to do at Christmas time? Is sit down, sort of covered in drips from sort of sploshing bits of food all over your front, and then you lie down in front of the telly to decompress and have a good time.
Yeah.
So...
want to see a good blockbuster movie.
Oh, do you want to be...
Yeah, but we never see them.
No, there used to be. Anyway, there's all sorts of Christmas specials.
Look who it is. It's Stephanie Petty.
Yes.
I have been glued to my TV. I feel so guilty. I think it's going to be...
Do you feel guilty? I just think at Christmas time you don't?
I literally plan what I'm going to watch days in advance. Like, I am big on Christmas movies, Christmas TV, the full lot. I overdose on TV during Christmas.
Well, my top tip for anybody who cares to listen is Amanda Land, the Christmas special.
I enjoyed that last night. If you're an Ab Fab fan, seeing those two back together, classic.
When you say that, those two, it's Joanna Lumley
and Jennifer Saunders.
and it is just so funny and just lovely, and the comedy bones on it are just excellent. You haven't seen it?
I haven't seen it, but I will make a point of trying to.
It's really good. But you wanted to talk about some of the.
Okay, obviously we want viewers to stay on GB News, but there are other festive stuff going on, including EastEnders. Even if you didn't watch it last night, you can probably guess what the plot line included.
Was it a murder?
There was a murder on the square last night.
Is that just a really, really difficult place to live?
I think so. I do not want neighbours like the ones on Walford at the moment. But there was a murder last night. Don't want to ruin it for the viewers, but someone has been killed and someone has been arrested about it. Zoe Slater, of course. There's been a major plot line there. It'll be back for a second helping tonight at 9:30 on BBC One. So EastEnders, there'll be a differ at the end of it. Also, we've got The Masked Singer on ITV.
We like The Masked Singer.
Yes, this is where you get celebrity singers performing underneath a mask, and obviously we will be guessing who it is. Today's will be a panto special. So the characters we have are Mistletoe, Goose-a-laying, Figgy Pudding, and Santa's Sack.
No, Santa's sack.
Santa's what?
Santa's
sack. That's going to be an interesting one if it's just a sack. There we go. What was your find out?
We also have the repair shop at Christmas, which has actually piqued my interest because we're going to see Dame Helen Mirren. She wants an 80-year-old cello to be fixed at the barn. It belonged to a theatre director called Martin Landau, so we're going to see if that is brought back to life later on.
Is it just celebrities?
Yeah, it's just celebrities, a celebrity version.
She can afford to go and get it done herself. But it is a fascinating
It is.
show.
I love seeing how they...
These are so talented.
I don't know how they do it so quickly, and anything you bring to them, it's no job too hard for them, which is quite interesting to watch.
And also, the lovely thing is that these are skills often which are dying out.
Yeah.
That they have to suddenly bring in, and it's also, and of course, there's always a story where you get a bit weepy.
Of course, and I think it just brings that whole trend of vintage at the moment, where people are valuing things rather than throwing them away and just restoring them to their former glory.
Yeah, exactly. What else?
We got Call the Midwife, so we had that on last night. We saw the team go to Hong Kong. Today is going to...
Just anything for a relocation.
Of course, I don't blame them. So we're going to be seeing the second part of that, and that will be at 8:30 tonight, which I think will also be good viewings. When it comes to the rating wars, I definitely think Call the Midwife probably done really well last night.
Right, there was also one I was just reading in the papers today, which was a celebrity bake-off.
Oh, yes, that was yesterday.
And who was... That's the team of... Was it Peep Show?
Peep Show, yeah.
So Olivia Colman.
Yes.
David...
I forgot his name.
Yes, I forgot. David Mitchell, etc., etc. So it's a Peep Show special.
I don't think these celebrity cooking shows work. I think MasterChef, the Bake Off, they work because they are genuinely talented people. Just shoehorning a celebrity in who can't really cook that well.
I think viewers just like watching it for entertainment value, seeing these celebrities away, someone like Olivia Colman not acting and just being herself. I think that always gets people curious and eager
I
to
like
watch.
watching them because of the fact that they don't really care whether they win. So the accidents are the sort of accidents that we all make, where they take things out of the oven and everything's dropped on the floor. I like all that.
Would you do a baking show, Penny, or have you?
Yeah, no, I haven't actually. No, I'd quite like. No, I would quite like to do a baking show.
Penny is available.
Yeah, exactly.
So are you.
I'm always available. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. Have you anything else that we should be looking for?
No, I think those are the best ones.
Those are the best.
And Stranger Things on Netflix.
Stranger Things.
Yeah, I know quite a few people watch Stranger Things. New episodes are dropping today before the finale on New Year's Day.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Thanks.
Yeah. Oh, right, there we go. All those things that you can go and watch. Showbiz journalist Stephanie Chachi's recommendations there.
Still to come, we're going to have all the latest sport with Aidan McGee.
Thank you to our global community for watching and listening to GB News. We're not only the #1 news channel in Britain, we're chosen by you around the world.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A83 is currently facing restrictions in both directions near Locknell Street due to emergency roadworks in Loch Gilphead, with these disruptions expected to cause potential delays for motorists. Travellers are advised to allow additional travel time while the situation is actively being assessed by the authorities. In other news, on the railway network, both Avanti West Coast and Caledonian sleeper services are unavailable, resulting in significant disruptions for commuters who rely on these essential routes. Stay informed by visiting gbnews.com for further travel updates. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Samantha, Jeffrey, thank you for your time tonight on The Late Show Live. Really appreciate it. This is a story that, amongst all the stories of wars and murders and crime and so on, at least it's given us a laugh, and at least the raccoon is okay. Just explain to us, if you can, Samantha, exactly what happened. Where was the raccoon found? Where is he now? Who found him and so on?
Yeah, so the store manager went to open up the ABC store here in Ashland, Virginia, and discovered a bunch of broken bottles in the back room. Upon further investigation, he was also located a raccoon that was passed out in one of the bathrooms. He had locked himself in the bathroom, and that's when the store manager called us to get him.
So first things first, how on earth did he end up in the store? How did he get in there?
So he fell through the ceiling. So he went through a ceiling tile and took out the wiring for the video camera as he was falling down. So we don't have a whole lot to go off of, just what the evidence that we encountered when we got to the scene of the crime.
So he fell through the ceiling, and I guess he landed on, because there's pictures here we've got of bottles of, I think it's whiskey, just strewn all over the store. So he must have fallen through the ceiling onto the shelves, smashed all the bottles, and then I guess from there thought it was going to be a great idea to, lap up all the alcohol on the floor?
I guess so. He just decided to have a party.
And who found him?
The store manager.
And what was their reaction? Have you spoken to them? What were their first sort of comments to you when I guess they called you to report the raccoon passed out in the bathroom, right?
Yeah, they were a little bit distraught. They didn't know how to get him out. They obviously did not want to pick him up themselves. So that's why they called us for assistance.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Right, time now to catch up with the sport and the wonderful Aidan McGee, and some sad news. John Robertson, former Scottish international, Notts Forest stalwart as well, has died.
Died at the age of 72. Some very sad news reaching us last night, John. Yeah, and this guy is difficult to explain just what an outstanding performer this bloke was, but he didn't look like a footballer. He didn't appear like a footballer. Brian Clough loved him. He was famously hard on his players for Nottingham Forest back in the late 70s. That's who John Robertson played for, but he always had time, a special word for John Robertson, despite, and there's a picture of him there more recently for the benefit of our radio listeners. But yeah, John Robertson was described by Brian Clough in the early days as super tramp. He said he was scruffy, unfit, and an uninterested waste of time. But then he said, give him a yard of grass and a ball, and he turns into a magician, the Picasso of our game. Brian Clough was, as I say, famously hard on his players. Martin O'Neill was one of these guys. He played on the other side of the pitch, on the other wing. They actually became quite a formidable coaching management duo later on at various different clubs. And O'Neill used to complain, why aren't you giving me the ball? You need to give me the ball on the pitch. I can do something with it. And Brian Clough famously said, why would I give you the ball when I've got a genius on the other side? And did he deliver? 28 caps for Scotland, of course, the winner against England at Wembley. But also, in the European Cup final in 1979.
That was the assist, I think, for Trevor Francis.
He did, for Trevor Francis. So that was against Malmo in this in the final. It was he escaped past his fullback on the left-hand side, swung that ball over into the far post, and Trevor Francis craned his neck to get the ball into the top corner. And then the year after, the much-celebrated German right-back Manfred Kautz of Hamburg. Kevin Keegan was also in that side, having moved there from Liverpool. And Brian Clough said, how is John Robertson going to approach the formidable task of facing Manfred Kautz? And Brian Clough said, well, we've got a little fat guy who'll twist him inside and out. And that's exactly what happened 20 minutes into the game. An exchange of passes with the formidable centre-forward, Gary Birtles, and he whipped the ball under the goalkeeper to win the European Cup for Nottingham Forest. And Penny, it's difficult to overstate how great an achievement a provincial club like Nottingham Forest, winning not just the league title in 1978, having won promotion the first season after winning promotion, but also not one European Cup, but back-to-back European Cups. Let me tell you... Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, because I'm from Nottinghamshire, and my brother supported Nottingham Forest, and they were the glory years.
Yeah. Without question. I mean, you could...
Under Cloughie.
Yes, exactly. I mean,
before he went off to the damned United.
Oh, yeah, he was, what was it, 44 days or something? Did you watch the film?
Oh, it was a brilliant film. Absolutely loved it.
It was. It just shows
all about he had a short tenure at Leeds United, but the players hated him.
Yeah, Leeds were the rivals, and he went in there and said to them, get rid of all your pots and pans, because you won them all by cheating, and he thought he was going to win the Leeds players who'd been sworn enemies for a number of years over that way. Needless to say, it didn't work. He went to Nottingham Forest and performed his magic. But just on Robertson, a hugely talented player. I met him later on as a coach, because, as I said, he teamed up with Martin O'Neill. He had great success at Wycombe Wanderers, together at Leicester City, as well. Celtic, of course, over a period of 5 years, where they won a trophy in every season. I think he was there. They got to the UEFA Cup final as well. I felt later on in his career, when O'Neill went to Sunderland in 2012, I felt that because John Robertson didn't follow him on that assignment, O'Neill just lost a little bit of something, possibly reminiscent of that dynamic between Clough and Taylor back in the 70s. Clough lost something when Peter Taylor didn't go with him. I thought it was the same there.
But, I mean, it's so sad to lose these old boys, isn't it? Because it is a bygone era of footballers who just loved the game,
Purity.
just got on with it.
Paid.
And you compare that now to what we were talking about the other week with the row over Mo Salah.
£25 million a season, yeah.
All these divas. You know.
I know. But they did well to manage these guys as well. They managed some very high-earning players. But an absolute god at Nottingham Forest. He will be celebrated over the next few days, I'm sure, at the City Ground. And farewell to an absolute legend of the game, no question about that. We will remember him very fondly, particularly at the City Ground.
And you served your country well, John Robertson. Thank you.
Yeah.
Eda McGee, thank you very much as well.
The time is coming up to 20 to 10. Still to come, we'll discuss why people are spending £10,000 to fly their pets.
Yes.
That is next with Jonathan and Benedict. They're swatting there. Look at them. First, if you're in search of some holiday sun, let's get the forecast from the top European destinations.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you're off on a post-Christmas break to the Western Mediterranean, then do prepare yourselves for some pretty unsettled weather over the next few days. Parts of Spain and Portugal will see some very heavy rain and also some gusty winds, so temperatures below average, potentially even some mountain snow across parts of southern Spain. Unsettled for the Balearic Islands as well, and perhaps also Corsica, but most of Italy, Greece and parts of the Balkans seeing a much sunnier interlude compared to of late. There will be some mountain snow across the north of Turkey as well, though, over the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Exciting news. Every Friday, my Patrick Christie's Tonight Show is going to have a twist to it. We're welcoming some special guests. You. That's right, on Fridays I'm going to be doing my show in front of a live studio audience, because this show is about you and what you have to say. It's going to be the same big debates, same big topics, same big opinions. But every Friday night at 9 p.m, you are invited to come on down to Patrick Christie's Tonight to be a part of the action. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
Thank you, Matt. Let's hear now from the King.
This is a season when our thoughts turn to celebrations with our friends and families. In the midst of this festive period, I just wanted to ask you to join me today in finding a special place in your hearts and your minds and prayers for the hundreds of thousands of people across our United Kingdom who receive a cancer diagnosis each year, and for the millions more who love and care for them. I know from my own experience that a cancer diagnosis can feel overwhelming. Yet I also know that early detection is the key that can transform treatment journeys, giving invaluable time to medical teams and to their patients the precious gift of hope. These are gifts we can all help deliver. Throughout my own cancer journey, I've been profoundly moved by what I can only call the community of care that surrounds every cancer patient. The specialists, the nurses, researchers and volunteers who work tirelessly to save and improve lives. But I have also learned something that troubles me deeply. At least 9 million people in our country are not up to date with the cancer screenings available to them. When bowel cancer is caught at the earliest stage, around 9 in 10 people survive for at least 5 years. When diagnosed late, that falls to just 1 in 10. Early diagnosis, quite simply, saves lives.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's the double bubble of political commentators, Jonathan Liss and Benedict Spence. But I tell you what, we want to kick off with disaster and failure.
Well, who better to talk about that than me? So this is a fantastic story. This is about the Museum of Failure, which is coming to Britain because Britain has known its fair share of failures over the years.
But we like look at Eddie the Eagle. He
Yeah.
won, but we like that. We like the fact he tried and failed.
This is actually super interesting, yeah. But it's about sort of businesses and brands and politics and sort of like the C5. Remember, anyone remembers that? Clive Sinclair.
Of course.
And sort of Silicon Valley, and it's just really interesting, actually, idea about why certain things fall apart, why some companies, go from strength to strength, and why other companies, maybe seem to have everything going for them, and then, like sort of Skype or is Nokia still going? But you remember how everyone used to have a Nokia phone? No one has a Nokia phone anymore.
So Clive Sinclair was clearly well ahead of his time because C5. It's not dissimilar to what we see now with these e-bikes.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's just you have to be in the right place at the right time and have a design that's going to catch on. The Titanic's in there apparently. But in general, I just love quirky museums. I went to in Zagreb. They used to have the Museum of Broken Relationships, where they would just have sort of like an artifact from a relationship and then a bit of text. That actually was quite moving at some points. And then I went to the museum.
Give us a key. Were they famous? Broken relationships?
Oh no, just from ordinary people. Like this is a pair of glasses. This is something. It was a really interesting idea. I went to the Museum of Prohibited Art in Barcelona. Museum of Desire in Melbourne. I just love
There's a
interesting
theme
museums.
here, isn't there?
I think what do you think about that?
So we're getting the
Benedict?
Museum of Disasters. I think that's a little on the nose, given the current state of the country. I mean,
all started with Brexit, mate.
Oh, that's sure that's all started. No, it all went downhill with the Magna Carta. It all went horribly wrong from that. It's obviously it's kind of amusing, and maybe there will be the sort of thing where lessons can be learned from the sort of exhibits. But we do also live in a country from which the expression "lessons will be learned" seems to be the sort of the usual refrain from government,
Which
and
we
then
often don't.
absolutely not. We carry on much as we did before. So I suppose the key question is, given that it will be the Museum of Disasters based in the UK, will it run very efficiently or not? Because presumably you'd hope not. But at the same time, we are rather good at
One thing we
mismanaging
do
things.
so well in this country is museums, to be fair. Our museums really are state of the
So the museums themselves are not going to be part of the exhibition, but this museum itself is going to run very well. I mean, we wait and see. Hopefully.
Wouldn't it be actually perfect? When does it say this opening, by the way? It's soon. But anyway.
I think this year.
It'll probably miss the opening day.
Wouldn't it be good if it missed the opening day, if the IT went down and you couldn't, I don't know, it's going to be a paying museum, but if that didn't work and then there were queues out the door and...
Roof is leaking, all that sort of thing. Paint is peeling off. I mean, that would be very on point.
But actually, it is interesting, and you're right, because it would be interesting to analyse why VHS survived when Beta, which was a better system apparently by tech geeks, was a much better system. You know, sometimes it's about right place, right time.
And so much of it is about branding and communications and absolutely.
And whether it looks good
absolutely.
half the time as well.
Jonathan, could we ask you about this £140 million contract to give migrants mobile phones? Because, of course, we know they chuck their mobile phones away when they come across the English Channel so they can reinvent their backstory to give them a better chance.
Why did you become so right-wing, Mark?
Well, you know, I just speak as someone that does this day in, day out.
It is true.
When he saw the size of his tax bill, that's one.
We do no matter which way you lean on this. They do throw away the documents.
I'm sure some people do. But this is about people who are being deported, who are given phones. And I think it's important to know that even people who are being deported will have rights, and they have a right to speak to solicitors and to speak to people back home or wherever they're going to sort of make arrangements, and they have to give back their phones before they leave. They can't keep them. And I think that's reasonable. You know, these people are already leaving. You know, you don't have to make their lives completely unlivable.
Benedict.
I mean, again, it's one of those things, isn't it, where you sort of look at the overall figure and you think 140 million, that's an awful lot. But then actually, when you consider how much mobile phones are these days and how, you know, the value of the pound has plummeted, it's perhaps not as big as we might think. Mobile phones, sadly, are essential now, I think, in modern Britain. That's the direction we've decided to go. Yep. And, well, I mean, what's very telling, of course, is the fact that many of these people coming from third world countries already have smartphones, because actually they're not too difficult to get hold of there either. They are absolutely everywhere. But again, slightly ironic, given one of the topics of the King's Christmas message was that we all need to be on our phones a little less, and there's the government going, and meanwhile, we're going to be pushing these things into the hands of as many people we possibly can.
They can afford their own phones anyway, with the £3,000 or whatever it is we'll give them to leave the country.
I suspect that a mobile phone is one of the first things that they would be able to get their hands on if they didn't have one when they came to this country, because it is possible actually to get a communication device for not very much money. You don't need the latest smartphone. I think we'd need to see the breakdown of what kind of thing it is that they're actually getting, because on the one hand, it might just be that a very small number are getting very, very fancy ones, or rather a lot of people are getting very cheap ones.
Yeah.
And either way, that's not great.
They're suggesting it so that actually when they get to the other end, that they don't just stand there and then try and have to sort everything out then, that they can actually sort out family members or whatever. That's the whole point. Benedict, where would you like to go now? Car thefts or would you prefer...
I'd like to go to Malta right now,
£10,000.
I'd like to go there somewhere where it's
to fly your pet.
Yeah, such an open-ended question. £10,000 to fly with your pet? No, I don't think I'm going to do that. I think we will go for car thefts. You know, a really upbeat topic.
Yeah.
Given that we've just spoken about mobile phones, the only mobile phones in the UK that aren't going to be stolen are the ones that we're giving away to people as they leave. But car thefts, on the other hand, they're on the up, and about 3/4 of them are not getting solved. That number is 88% for London, for the Metropolitan Police. On the one hand...
Is it thefts from cars or car thefts? Because I thought most cars these days are pretty immobile unless you actually managed to steal the keys from the owner.
I think it's car theft.
It's car theft, it's they're talking about number plates, insurance.
Yeah, and it's one of those, I suppose, again, that's going to be one of those questions as to what kind of cars is it that are being targeted here. Is it going to be sort of more high-spec ones?
They are the high-spec, apparently, and then they're very quick to change plates, do everything.
And they're out of the country before you know it, because they're sold overseas, and that's where the money is. But again, I think it's funny, isn't it, where, you know, as you're saying, you'd have thought that this would be something something that is more trackable, that is more sort of preventable, more so than mobile phones, even though those have all got trackers. But a lot of these kind of cars have got trackers in them as well. I think it just shows you now where the priorities basically lie. I mean, the number of police in this country, I know relative to the size of the population, it's not great, but it is still at a relatively high point. It's simply not something I think that police are prioritising. They would turn around, perhaps justifiably, and say, look, we don't have the resources for this. Fine. But it's not a particular... I don't want to say it's not a good look. You shouldn't do policy based on how things look. However, given that these are, as we say, the high-spec cars, the ones at the top end of the spectrum, and these are the ones that belong to the people who are fleeing the country en masse, apparently, because they don't feel that they're being, particularly fairly treated. Again, it's just not a great symbol for what is a global city, an international destination, that 88% of car thefts in London don't get solved.
You could argue, Benedict, that since these are so easy, I do want to talk that, but I just wanted to say that the problem is as well is that car manufacturers perhaps need to do... I know it's difficult because they've always got to keep one...
Although I thought that cars were just becoming increasingly difficult to steal these days, but then I suppose their thieves are becoming more and more sophisticated as the counterpoint. But one thing is that is a kind of maybe a bit strange, is that because we drive on the left, which most countries don't, there aren't actually that many countries that you can flog that car very easily without completely redoing it, which obviously costs a lot of money. You can't take it to the mainland Europe, you can't take it to North America. I suppose you could take it to Japan, but that wouldn't be very sort of cost-effective. So, yeah, that's it's a bit strange, actually.
Ending with pets.
So... pet owners, perhaps some of the same people who own those high-spec cars you're just talking about, are paying £10,000 to fly with their dogs, who are given first-class packages, including blankets and poo bags, including on the fantastically named Bark Air. Bark Air, people can fly with their dogs on Bark Air.
So they don't get shoved into the cargo?
Yeah, they get pampered. They get sort of like luxury first-class packages. They fly with their owners.
Well, if you can afford it, yeah, I suppose.
There's a market for things. We hear about a lot about the cost of living. There are some people in this country who are not affected by the cost of living crisis.
Because I do think it's incredibly cruel to put an animal down in the cargo hold. In an aircraft, they're on their own with all the noise and the movement.
They do sedate them, I think, normally. No, I'm just saying that because I know that people who've moved dogs and who couldn't afford the £10,000 to go into where they're relocating, and they do sedate them. But yes, it is very difficult. How else are you supposed to take them with you? It's very, very difficult. I don't know. I think it's one of those things. I'd love it. I'd love to.
£10,000 is a lot, but I wonder how long it's going to be before Ryanair offer a really cheap version where the dog is just on the wing somewhere, sellotape to it, £9.99.
Yeah.
You'll have to pay
now you're just being silly, Ben.
£9.99, but the sellotape is not included.
Oh, thank you very much, Jonathan Lewis and Benedict Spence.
Thank you.
Very
See you
much.
next hour.
Oh, yes, we'll see you in the next hour. Yeah, you're going to be OK, you two?
We'll be all right.
Get yourself a coffee.
I was planning to do just that, Mark.
Yeah, exactly. It's time for an update now on your weather with Tom Morgan.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boiler sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold in the south, it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless there'll still be a keen easterly breeze, giving a fairly significant wind chill, particularly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well, here through the course of today, we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland, skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be 1 or 2 freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. As we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature. But the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here, and that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And whilst some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Thank you, Britain, for helping us reach 10 million followers across social media. We are truly honoured to have your trust, one follower at a time.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A83 is currently experiencing restrictions in both directions at Locknell Street, Loch Gilphead, due to emergency roadworks. In Leicestershire, motorists travelling the M1 northbound at junction 24 should anticipate delays due to road management, with 1 out of 4 lanes closed. Normal traffic conditions are expected to resume shortly, between 10:45 and 11 this morning. And on the trains, Avanti West Coast and Caledonian sleeper services are not operating today. For more travel news, stay up to date at gbnews.com.
A very Merry Christmas to you all from the Aurora Collection Resort in Lapland.
We're on an amazing Arctic adventure to celebrate our greatest cash giveaway, a simply stunning £85,000.
And this Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win it all. So don't miss out this Christmas.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
5 hosts, 5 opinions, 5 fearless debates, 5 unfiltered takes on the day's news.
5 reasons not to be anywhere else on Saturday night.
This is the Saturday 5. You got me. You got me good there. Britain's biggest Saturday night TV show.
It's not a bad brand.
Yeah. Uncensored.
Very, very racy tonight.
On the unpredictable.
What did she say? Can you translate it for us?
And always entertaining.
And how can a country go from being led by William Wallace to Saturday nights from 6 p.m. only on GB News, the People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
You're going to want to stay tuned, trust me.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
A very good morning to you. Our top story this morning, a blow for Boxing Day sales.
Shoppers are expected to spend £1 billion less than last year because of the cost of living.
Now, not only is the turnout of shoppers expected to be down, but also the average spend.
The Conservatives and Reform UK have accused the government of presiding over a flatlining economy and collapsing consumer confidence.
Well, also this morning, the US has conducted strikes against militants linked to the Islamic State group in northwestern Nigeria over claims the group have been targeting Christians in the region.
Also this morning, the traditional Boxing Day hunts are set to take place across the country, but could they be under threat as the government's set to consult on how to ban trail hunting? We'll speak to Nigel Farage in a moment. He's at a hunt in Kent, and we have our reporter Will Godley at another hunt in Oxfordshire.
Yeah, here in Chipping Norton, the horses being unloaded ahead of this hunt starting at 11 o'clock this morning, amidst fears it could be for the last time on Boxing Day.
Well, the King's speech this year marks the values of courage and sacrifice, and also urges people to adopt a digital detox over the festive season and focus on family and friends.
Tens of thousands of homeowners face being dragged into paying the Chancellor's new mansion tax because of the way that the value of people's homes will be assessed.
And Surrey police are examining claims of abuse in the Epstein files, allegedly involving Andrew Mountbatten Windsor.
On the food front, we're going to be looking at the sort of thing that you can do to make the most of your Christmas dinner leftovers.
After a cold Christmas, are there any signs in our weather warming up? Find out in your full forecast coming up.
It's just gone 10 o'clock. I'm Mark White.
I'm Penny Smith, and this is GB News Breakfast.
Well, the US has carried out strikes against militants linked to the Islamic State terror group in northwest Nigeria, releasing this footage overnight.
President Trump and the US military say the strikes have been done at the request of Nigeria's government over claims that the group have been targeting Christians in the region.
Well, we're joined now by the former Foreign Secretary, Sir Malcolm Rifkin. Good morning to you, Sir Malcolm, and
good morning.
Season's greetings to you.
Thank you very much.
I think many people will be saying this is not before time, given not just the persecution of Christians within countries like Nigeria, but of course a resurgent Islamic State.
Yes, Islamic State have not disappeared. They're much, much weaker than they were some years ago when they controlled large parts of Iraq and Syria. Now they are essentially franchising their name to various groups of a similar kind, mainly in North Africa. I think what the Americans are doing is to be welcomed. I think it's something that was necessary. But a note of warning, a caveat, if I may. It's being presented by President Trump as being purely, as it were, to protect Nigerian Christians. There have been a lot of Christians murdered by ISIS, also a vast number of Muslims. And most of ISIS attacks are in the north of Nigeria, which is mainly the Muslim part of Nigeria. Most Christians live in the south. So I think we have to be a bit cautious about implying that this is simply to help one particular group of Nigerian citizens. Sadly, it affects far more than that.
And this is a group who are known as Boko Haram in that area, and this was done in coordination with Nigerian authorities.
Yes, and the Nigerian government have said that they might indeed be happy to have further coordination. It's proved incredibly difficult for the Nigerian government over several years they can attack Boko Haram or Islamic State. Both organizations are similarly militant and similarly terrorist, but actually eradicating them from parts of Nigeria is proving to be as difficult as it is in other parts of the Sahel region of North Africa. So the American involvement is very much to be welcome, but one always has to be slightly suspect when one is considering Donald Trump's foreign policy. Is it going to be consistent? Is it part of a program of well-thought-out strategy that they wish to help Nigeria, not just a one-off on Christmas Day to get maximum publicity for the White House, but is it part of a consistent US strategy to help using their air power, which could make a huge difference? It would be very helpful if that could be spelled out by the White House. I don't think it's going to be.
Well, I suppose we might learn in the fullness of time, because we've got Pete Hegseth, obviously the Defence Secretary, warning that there may well be other strikes. But can I ask you just about ISIS, about Al-Qaeda as well, two groups that we thought had been consigned to the past. But of course, we've got the likes of the Director General of MI5, Ken McCallum, really warning of the fact that, OK, they may not be the forces you said before that they were, but there is a resurgence there. And with ISIS in particular, it's all about influencing and directing attacks like that in Australia. How concerned are you about that, Sir Malcolm?
Well, one has to be extremely concerned, and as you are, I think, implying, there's two kinds of threat. There was the original threat from Al-Qaeda, the attack on the Twin Towers in New York, a massive, incredibly sophisticated attack. We had something not as dramatic, but very serious in the London bombings. These were coordinated attacks, either using people from overseas or using sympathizers from within the United Kingdom. Now, that has largely disappeared. I'm a bit hesitant to imply that that's gone forever, because you just don't know. But the measures that both America, Britain and other countries take to enhance our security is much, much greater than was ever thought necessary at that time. So there's a reasonable prospect we will not get a repeat of these extraordinary, coordinated, massive attacks. What we are getting, though, is Islamic State and to some degree Al-Qaeda franchising out the use of their name. The sort of people who are carrying out these attacks in North Africa are not the same individuals who were responsible in Iraq or in Syria or elsewhere, but they have similar ideology, is extreme Islamic terrorism, and they're only too happy to pretend they're more important globally than they are by using well-known names. So this does not mean they aren't a threat. They are a very serious threat, particularly to countries like Nigeria that are on the receiving end.
So, Malcolm, if I can just get your thoughts on some breaking news that we have now, which is that Donald Trump is to meet the Ukrainian President, Volodymyr Zelensky, on Sunday at Mar-a-Lago. That is according to the journalist Barak Ravid, who has quoted a Ukrainian official. Can I get your thoughts on that?
Yes, obviously we don't know for certain what is happening in these conversations, but some patterns are beginning to emerge. One of the most important statements being made by President Zelensky. And it's, at the end of the day, it has to be the Ukrainians who decide what concessions, particularly territorial ones, they are prepared to contemplate. It's their country that is being attacked in such a ghastly way. Now, for the first time, President Zelensky has indicated that part of a solution might be, allowing parts of territory that in the Donbass occupied by Ukraine, it's part of their country, but they could become demilitarized zones without actually having conflict there. President Zelensky has also talked about if anything involving territory was going to be considered by the Ukrainian government, it would have to be subject to a referendum of the Ukrainian people or a general election. So let's remind ourselves, Ukraine is a democracy. Russia isn't. And that's why it's so sad that Trump has given the impression, I hope it's not the reality, but certainly the impression that he's more impressed by Putin and by Russia, who have caused this war, than by the Ukrainian people who are working so heroically to defend their own country. You can only imagine if part of Texas was occupied by Russia or some foreign power, the idea that the Americans should concede that when they still control the territory would be laughed out of court. So if it would be good enough for America, it should be good enough for Ukraine.
OK, Sir Malcolm Rifkind, thank you very much indeed for joining us this Boxing Day. We really appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coming up to 10 minutes past 10, it is Boxing Day then, and riders and hounds are out in full force for the biggest day of the hunting calendar.
Yes, tens of thousands are expected to take part in the hunts across the country today, despite the government's plans to ban trail hunting under their animal welfare strategy published shortly before Christmas.
The Countryside Alliance has accused the government of alienating rural people after the latest announcement, and they're warning that Sir Keir Starmer will have difficulty restoring faith with Britain's countryside.
Well, joining us now from Oxfordshire, ahead of the Haythrop hunt, is JB News national reporter Will Godley, who was standing next to a horse before. Have you scared it? Has it gone back in its box?
The horse is still there, not been unloaded yet, but I've come to a different lorry where the hounds we were seeing earlier are inside. They are all getting ready here on the outskirts of Chipping Norton. Of course, the beautifully historic Cotswold town here. I can hear the animals inside all getting ready for this historic hunt that's been happening for years and years on Boxing Day, but now this year fears it could be the last time. We'll be hearing more from here in just a moment, but let's now pass back to you.
Well, joining us now from is do you know what? I think it's Kent, actually, leader of Reform UK, Nigel Farage. Is it Kent that you're at a hunt?
It is,
Hello,
yes.
Nigel.
This is the old Surrey and Burstone West Kent hunt meet.
Right. OK. And this. So, how do you feel about the fact this could be the last one of a trail hunt?
Well, look, I mean, you know, these Boxing Day meets have been going on for centuries. There'll be several thousand people here today, as there will be at meets all over the country. It's a wonderful day out. A lot of young horse riders aspire to be good enough to ride out with the hunt. Of course, the hounds are magnificent. It's a beautiful day out. And just the very thought that a government that is so filled with ignorance of rural communities and what this means to so many people living in areas like this is frankly very, very shocking. Almost as if they sort of have a loathing of the countryside, which we saw with the inheritance tax on family farms. We've seen in the last week some new animal food standards, which will put us at a big disadvantage to our European competitors. And now they want to ban an innocent, nice day out like this. Well, I tell you what, there are between 70 and 100 members of Parliament from the Labour Party who represent rural or semi-rural constituencies. 44 of them abstained on the budget vote on inheritance tax. One voted against, and that's what led to the U-turn, the upping of the thresholds before Christmas. The idea that this is the last time we're going to meet on a day like this, frankly, we can win this. We can win this by the rural community getting together and saying to those Labour MPs, if you do this, we will not vote for you. And this is a government that changes policy the whole time as a result of rebellions that take place on its backbenches. No, we're going to fight this all the way and we can win this. And I truly, truly believe that.
Well, I mean, as you say, it was the intervention, it seems, of these Labour MPs representing those more rural constituencies, Nigel, that led to this sort of U-turn from the government here. What does that say, do you think, about the Labour government if we get a U-turn as well on what they have already trailed?
Most governments have an objective. They see a big mountain, and that's what they want to climb. And events happen, and they have to tack one way or the other, but they know where they're going. This government was elected with no clear overall objective whatsoever, and that is why they get blown around by events. That is why they U-turn more than any government we've ever seen before. That is why they're now in hock to an increasingly, on many, many issues, increasingly left-wing backbenches. But as I say, you know, when nearly 50 Labour MPs rebel against their government over the family farms tax, we can get them to do the same over trail hunt. I mean, frankly, if you ban this, you may as well ban people going out with their dogs, walking in the countryside. My dogs chase a mammal every single time I go out with them. It's what happens. It's the way the countryside works. So, as I say, you know, I'm not in any sense of mourning about today. I believe this is eminently winnable. And what kind of country we're living in? Well, you're saying to people you can't go out and ride horses. You're saying to people you can't go out on a walk with more than 2 dogs, because if they chase a rabbit, you've broken the law. This is madness. It is big government. It is authoritarian government going way, way, way too far. And as I say, I repeat the point. We're going to fight this and we're going to win, and we'll be back here next year on Boxing Day, believe me.
Now, you have called for reform to be granted lifetime peerages, and now you've got somebody else in your corner. That is the Conservative House of Lords leader, Lord True, who says that your views, the views of reform, should be heard in the upper chamber as well. So that's good news, isn't it?
Well, the idea that the party that's led the last 175 opinion polls has 0 representation in the House of Lords doesn't say much about the state of our democracy. What I found astonishing was that I wrote a very polite letter to Keir Starmer just over 3 months ago to say, look, we need some representation. It may not be very big, but some representation. And I couldn't believe it. I didn't even get the courtesy of a reply. Now, you know, I understand it. The government's in trouble. They're terrified of us. You know, in every PMQs, all he seems to talk about is me, in generally quite disparaging terms. But yeah, you know, thank you to Lord True for being bigger than just looking at party politics and saying that reform needs representation. And it needs to happen, and it needs to happen very, very soon. The current situation is monstrous.
Can I ask you about an issue that's close to my heart? Obviously, as I've done it, I've been out on the boat in the English Channel with you earlier this year when we predicted a very significant year of crossings, and that's what we're going to see now. The second biggest crossings on record. It's over 41,500 already, with another couple of clear days coming up. Do you think that, as far as Sir Keir Starmer is concerned, he's bringing lots of incremental little policies that he believes, when they all work together, they will make a difference? Has he got a point?
Well, look, you know, we had 28 days when no boats came, and there were Labour MPs tweeting, look how successful our policy is. There's only one policy that works. Literally only one policy that works. That's what the Australians did back in 2012 when they said anyone that comes via this route will never get refugee status, and unless we immediately detain those that come by small boat and deport immediately, this problem will continue. And whether it's people living in hotels and ultimately being waved through the system and going on benefits for the rest of their lives, or whether they work in the illegal economy, the pull factors are great. Detain and deport, and I promise you, if we do that, within 2 weeks, the boats would stop coming. It's as simple as that.
OK, Nigel Farage, well, hopefully you'll invite GB News back out again in the new year so we can see what's going on in the channel. In the meantime, enjoy the hunt today.
I certainly will, and I promise you, we'll be back here this time next year. We will defeat the government on this proposal.
17 minutes past 10 is the time. Let's get your weather update with Tom Morgan.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold in the south, it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless there'll still be a keen easterly breeze, giving a fairly significant wind chill, particularly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well, here through the course of today we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland, skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be 1 or 2 freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of Northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. As we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature, but the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here, and that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And whilst some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Expect warm spells with the odd rude interruption. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Now, you might be tuning in now and saying, what? They're still on? Yes, we are.
Yeah, we are.
It's turn 20. You've got to...
So
it's a
sorry.
bumper opportunity today.
So sorry.
To get the Mark and Penny show.
And I don't even have any alcohol today. Yesterday, I was kept afloat by, champagne and cocktails. None of that today.
And what is happening today? Nothing, apart from there's a few chocolates around. Let's get into the Great British Giveaway now then, and your chance to win our biggest cash prize to date, an incredible £85,000. Here are the details.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours. Cash to make your new year the best yet.
And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate.
Imagine what next year could look like for you with a whopping £85,000 in the bank.
You could find yourself on the adventure of a lifetime or just safe in the knowledge that next year is on us. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours. Go on, give it a go, and Merry Christmas!
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus one standard network rate message. Or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus one standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. The winner may be contacted live on GB News, week commencing the 9th of February 2026. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Still to come, we're going to be talking Turkey about politics next.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk
No,
now?
that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, has Trump made a good start? No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m. only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
So this is a lovely story because it's about a chap who bought this DB5 and he bought it for 900 quid. This is an Aston Martin DB5.
It's a lovely car.
Bought it for 900 quid. And then for 50 years, pretty much didn't do very much. He moved to the Middle East, car left was on his driveway, things happened, the local kids jumped on it and various other things, and it just decayed. He has spent pretty much the big wodge of 400 grand having it done.
Do we have a picture of this car now?
Oh, I thought as I was waffling. Well, I can hold it up. But this is how it looks now. There we go. This is how it looked then and now. I don't know which.
So he spent 400 grand on this.
400 grand. He sent it back to Aston Martin.
Oh.
To where it was made, and the reason it's worth now about $1 million is because there were only 37, I think,
39
of them made, and so it's very rare. There we go. Well done, him.
Pretty penny on that. Good for him.
Yeah. Yes, and good for him.
He hasn't made it yet.
No, he hasn't made it. It's just work. I know. He may.
I was reading a story about a man who'd spent £1 million on a DB5, and it's now worth 500,000. But
right,
they hit a peak a couple of years ago. But who knows? Who knows?
But don't you want to spend money on a car in order to use it, not to sell it?
Well,
I had a car like that. I drive it.
Of course. No, then that's what he's not selling it. He's worked hard to. He said we've worked hard to get it
It's a work of art.
Reconditioned, and he loves it.
I wonder, does it have machine guns and things they're going
to? Oh no! Weirdly, it says no.
Or an ejector
no ejector seat, exactly, or any of those other things. Yeah.
GB News, the People's Channel.
You want to know what's really going on in the corridors of power? Labour don't know what to do with you half the time, and that makes you quite lethal in the chamber. Get behind the headlines with Chopper's political podcast. Join me, Christopher Hope, as I sit down with the great and the good of British politics. We'll see where this ruling takes us. These are the stories shaping our nation. Chopper's Political Podcast, available now on all platforms. Listen in and stay ahead.
Well, as we've been telling you all morning, of course, the Boxing Day traditional hunts are taking place. We heard from the Reform leader Nigel Farage just a couple of minutes ago on this issue, very exercised about the threat that hunting is under from the Labour government. We're joined by political commentator Lauren McKevitt now. Tell us, as far as what Nigel Farage was saying, he believes that actually this cohort of rural Labour MPs will be the ones that make the difference here and actually bring about a U-turn from the government.
I wonder if he's being a little optimistic, actually, because if the Labour government have decided that those sort of 100 rural and rural-ish seats that they picked up last year are already gone, and they're doubling down on their urban Trotskyite voters who just want to bash posh people, do they care whether or not they keep hold of those 100 seats? Have they already considered that they're lost? In which case, actually, they could double down in the other direction. So they obviously they took away the whip from the Penrith and the Borders MP, Marcus, whose last name I've forgotten, but Marcus, who voted against the IHT, the inheritance tax issue. But I think that they may consider these seats already lost. And I'm a veteran of the last round of hunting wars with the Labour government. Trail hunting was supposed to be the middle way that kept the rural seats, vaguely within the possibility of voting Labour ever again. Yeah. They made a lot of promises to rural voters last year, all of which they've broken. 2/3 of people polled by the Countryside Alliance in a poll released yesterday indicate that they believe that the government is behaving punitively towards rural voters and massively prioritising the needs of urban voters. Huge chunks of people live in rural constituencies, and no one in that poll is proactively raising trail hunting as an issue that they feel needs to be dealt with. This is only to appeal to, basically trotty little London dwellers.
Well, I'm sure the trotty little London dwellers and urbanites would say that this isn't. This is about they want to protect animals, etc., etc. But we did talk to the Countryside Alliance a little bit earlier on. And he was saying that the thing is, whilst there is this image from some people that it's just posh people gallivanting
it's so unbelievably not true.
There are some. The trouble is, it's like so many other things that have this niche image, and the problem is that it is actually also a time when farmers who often work on their own or work not for seeing very many people, they go out, it's a social occasion. And trail hunting, let's just remind people, trail hunting is where a trail is set, the dogs follow the trail.
It's a scent rather than an animal.
It's a scent rather than an animal.
And also there's an enormous chunk of the rural economy that's based around hunting. You've got all the point-to-point system, the networks and racing that comes alongside it. Heathrow Punt, who you're out with today, has the Cockleborough races coming up in January, which is an enormous part of the countryside calendar. Socially, rural living is incredibly isolated. It is not rich pickings. I don't know a single rich or frankly happy farmer.
Jeremy Clarkson, maybe.
Well, yeah, but I think he made a lot of money doing something else first, and now he just loses a lot of money doing something that he loves. There is a massive misunderstanding in London and in urban areas about what the rural economy looks like. I've never been to a meet that was like wholly one direction or another in terms of the makeup of people going. It's a very, very mixed sport, and it contributes about 100 million to the rural economy, and something like 6,250 rural businesses have gone out of business since October last year because this government is damaging and punitively punishing the rural economy in this country.
We are going to leave it there. I'm sure it's not the last time we speak to you about it. Laura McKevitt, thank you very much. But we do want to talk about, the roads, really, the roads and the rails and aeroplanes and everything else, because it's a big day, Boxing Day, big day for going away.
It is. That's when people are back out on the roads trying to get up to see loved ones if they maybe didn't manage to do that over the Christmas Day period. So Britain's public transport system is coming back to life. And, of course, the airports, the buses, rail networks, they remain closed. So what are the prospects for travellers today? We're joined by Simon Calder. Simon is normally at a railway station or an airport. Where are you today?
Very nice to see you both. Are you still on air? My goodness.
Look, this is a mammoth one for us.
12 hours.
Oh my goodness! Look, I'm in beautiful Windermere in Cumbria, and it's a lovely place to be stuck. But stuck indeed I am, because I'm one of the 20 million plus travellers who don't have access to a car, who would like to be on the move, but I'm afraid I can't today because of, well, bluntly, everything on the railways has closed down, with very few exceptions. If you're lucky enough to be in Scotland, and who wouldn't want to be, then you can travel from Edinburgh to Glasgow and to the towns surrounding them, and also as far north as Aberdeen, Dundee and Perth. On the roads, the AA says there's going to be 20 million journeys today, which of course is going to make things fairly lively. They say most of them are going to be local, and certainly if I did have a car, I would not be going anywhere near the M60 in the area around the Trafford Centre in Manchester, or indeed the M25 in Bluewater in Kent, because an awful lot of that traffic will actually involve going retail journeys. If you want to catch a ferry, Dover has reopened. There are now sailings to Calais and Dunkirk. And in the Western Isles, Caledonia McBrain is running a pretty good service for Boxing Day. Some of the ferries, for instance, from the island of Mull across to Iona, are only on demand or on request, and the link to and from South Uist is cancelled because of a technical issue. But apart from that, the airports are actually doing pretty well. I'm looking at a couple of problems at Gatwick. First one involved the cancellation of a flight on Christmas Day for families from Gatwick to Orlando. There was a technical problem. It also affected the flight coming back as well. That hasn't operated. So you've got a couple of hundred people who are wondering what is happening. I've been trying to contact the airline Norse Atlantic without success so far to find out what they're doing.
Very briefly, sorry to use you as my personal travel service, but I'm flying Heathrow to Turkey tomorrow. Is it okay? Very briefly.
Oh, yeah.
You're like,
all looking
Simon, don't
fine.
indulge him. It's all fine. Thank you very much, Simon. Lots of other people with bigger issues, including a whole lot of ankle biters who wanted to go to Disneyland or World or whichever one it is.
Thank you, Simon.
Thank you very much, Simon. Still to come, it's Panto season. Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, I'm not even doing that.
Talking about that next.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold, in the south it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless there'll still be a keen easterly breeze, giving a fairly significant wind chill, particularly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well, here through the course of today we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland, skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be 1 or 2 freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of Northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. And as we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature. But the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here. And that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And whilst some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Thank you, Britain, for making GB News Radio such a huge success. Whether you're in the car, on the go, or listening at home, thank you for choosing us as your radio station.
Good morning. This is the latest AI travel news from gbnews.com. The A83 road is currently restricted in both directions at Loughnell Street, Loch Gilphead, due to essential emergency roadworks, which are expected to continue throughout the entire day. As a result, motorists should anticipate some significant delays and are strongly advised to consider utilising alternative routes to bypass these disruptions and ensure a smoother journey. Meanwhile, on the rail network, services operated by both Avanti West Coast and Caledonian Sleeper have been suspended today, leading to considerable inconvenience for passengers with planned rail journeys. For more travel news, go to gbnews.com.
It is peak panto season. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
No, we won't do that. Theatre critic Dominic Cavendish is here to reveal the must-see pantos this season. And the London Palladium is always the big one every year. It's Julian Clary, it's high camp, I think we can definitely say
High
that.
camp is the, I guess, the kind of modest way of putting it. It's very much one of those shows where you go in and you're not entirely sure what the leading man, as it were, is going to come out with. And there have been a few rumbles in the stalls this year. You know, some people have turned up with young kids and then huffed and puffed a bit, I think, and some have even left and complained on TripAdvisor or whatever.
Is it tipping over into vulgarity?
Well, you know, to put it, I suppose, very gently, you know, he does liken himself to Bonnie Blue at one point, and there are moments where you think, I don't so much the children. I think children generally either get it or don't.
It goes over their heads.
But I think maybe if you're a parent, you start to worry, will you have to have an awkward conversation on the way home, which isn't necessarily the ideal thing. But it's been now 10 years that the Palladium Panto has been running. It was resurrected after a 30-year gap. So I think the message surely, the memo has surely reached most people that this is one of those shows where it's very much a large, colossal kind of in-joke, lots of references to, you know, pantos gone by and incredible costumes. I have to say, if you just put some earplugs in, ignore the dialogue, you can have a ball, really. There's a sumptuous sets
It is
round.
huge and hugely successful, I should say,
Absolutely,
as well.
yeah.
Tell us about the other ones then around the country.
Well, I think the one I mean, it's been a bit of a... I wouldn't say it's been a vintage year from my point of view, but then, of course, I'm not made of magic, so I can't be at all venues all the time. So I think I'm still looking for what I would say would be the absolute standout. But I did come across a brilliant one the other day in Oxford, not so far from Chipping Norton, where a scene of today's drama, Dick Whittington. This is a kind of rethink, really, of Dick Whittington, which not only transplants the story to Oxford and has the character who's now called Dot Whittington, female characterisation, head to London, but the whole of London is run by, very funny, this character called Liam Rattiger, who is a sort of Oasis comedy gag, really. And the whole Oasis revival this year, this idea of Britpop coming back, is seized absolutely fully by this production. You get lovely nostalgic tracks and a lot of tongue-in-cheek.
So that's Oxford. Where else have you...
Well, I've reached as far as... Personally, I've reached as far as Birmingham to see Robin Hood. That's Birmingham Hippodrome. It's almost the equivalent to the Palladium in terms of its scale. Huge. It's a huge show. It is absolutely, you know, as I said, there's a kind of UFO levels of hallucinogenic sets. You're absolutely gobsmacked by what they do. I think, again, probably a little bit too much, if I can be a bit of a killjoy, a bit too much camp repartee. But actually, the balance is perfect. And Christopher Biggins, who is such a kind of panto veteran, is on hand, even... probably a bit too fleetingly, as King Richard. But he is, you know, he's been doing panto since 1974. Just to see him in the flesh is something that I think most people would tell their grandchildren about.
He was the ultimate widow twanky, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm sure there's a huge competition about who's the best dame, and some of them are doing absolute eons. But Christopher Biggins, you know, they just shout things like, you know, "Not now, Biggins," and the whole audience roars. He's a treasure. Yeah. Further north, I haven't been there. I might get there, depending on the rail. Newcastle have apparently worked wonders with Aladdin this year. They're having huge box office success. They've managed to somehow make it a bit more progressive, so it doesn't take place in China. They have a sort of fabricated land, and they've amalgamated Mother Goose into the storyline. And I think, you know, there are places absolutely beyond London, beyond the capital, but actually in London, I would recommend, if you want something almost wholesome, go to Richmond Theatre and see Cinderella there, because that's a beautiful production. It has Shetland ponies, it has Charlie Stemp, who's charisma personified.
Charlie Stemp is just amazing.
As Buttons, and you really can't
Lots
go wrong.
of tap dancing, I'm at home.
There's everything you want.
There's everything.
Yeah.
And also, can I just say, as a massive theatre goer and as a lover of small theatre, if you've got a panto on or anything at a small theatre near you, it's always worth checking it out. And of course, it's it's much cheaper. And
support your local theatre.
Support them. And they're some of the funniest ones I've ever seen. Have been tiny, 3 people doing 45 roles where they get it wrong all the time, coming back in weird things.
The Amdram side of it is part of the pleasure,
Brilliant.
I think.
It is. I mean, I'm not talking about Amdram.
Yeah.
I'm talking about small theatres where they do get paid. But anyway,
Dominic, thank you very much for coming in.
Yeah. Still to come, the Boxing Day races are underway. We'll be going live to some with our reporter, Doogie Beattie.
Dinner under the stars tonight?
That reminds me of our travel insurance.
You mean All Clear Skies?
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
If you're off on a post-Christmas break to the Western Mediterranean, then do prepare yourselves for some pretty unsettled weather over the next few days. Parts of Spain and Portugal will see some very heavy rain and also some gusty winds, so temperatures below average, potentially even some mountain snow across parts of southern Spain. Unsettled for the Balearic Islands as well, and perhaps also Corsica, but most of Italy, Greece and parts of the Balkans seeing a much sunnier interlude compared to of late. There will be some mountain snow across the north of Turkey as well, though, over the next few days.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain too. From migration to global security, from crime to health. Whatever happens in the White House today
will be felt in your town or city tomorrow.
That's why The Late Show is live from Washington, D.C.
Cutting through the politics to show you what it all means for Britain.
The Late Show live every night at midnight.
Only on GB News,
Britain's news channel.
No matter the state it's in, this is our nation. Join me, Jacob Rees-Mogg, for a genuine, honest discussion on where we have been, where we are going, and where we are with the people who set the direction. Tune in to State of the Nation every Monday to Thursday, 8 to 9 o'clock. Only on GB News.
Bold. They are under no illusion.
Ray, are you a human trafficker? Boundless. I've had enough of the nonsense, and I'm not afraid to say it.
Don't get this on the BBC.
Every weeknight, I tear through the headlines.
The smell of gasoline. Should we be worried about it?
From Westminster madness to cultural war chaos.
What I'm going to do now, they are throwing things out the car as we speak.
Get ready, Britain. Here we go. Patrick Christie's tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
At GB News, we love to hear from you, our loyal community. So drop us a line at gbnews.com/yoursay. There you can talk to each other and also to the presenters live on air. gbnews.com/yoursay, because GB News is your channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
because the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back,
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
and we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Join me, Nana Akwe, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Westminster's full of talk, but out here, it's the real world.
Am I allowed to talk now?
No, that's it. This is where it matters, real people and real lives. That's what politics is all about.
In fact, this Trump made a good start. No.
Straight answers, no spin, and just a couple of pints.
How many fingers have I got up? About 10.
So join me for Lee Anderson's Real World every Friday at 7 p.m, only on GB News. The People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
11:15 is the time. The Boxing Day races are underway, with thousands flocking for an epic day of racing across the nation.
From the King George VI Chase to the races at the Down Royal Racecourse, Boxing Day kicks off the festive racing calendar, set to include 12 Grade 1 contests, as well as major handicaps like the Coral Welsh Grand National.
Joining us live at one of today's races is GB News Northern Ireland reporter
Merry
Diggy
Christmas,
Beattie.
Diggy!
Merry Christmas.
Yes. Merry Christmas to you, Penny and Mark. Yes, it's yesterday it was football. Today it's horse racing. We are really a sporty lot in Ireland, and today, I mean, the amount of people coming down here, it's like Savile Row. They've all obviously got new suits for Christmas. The women are dressed immaculately. It's like a formal. It is a great day out here. And joining me is Emma Meehan. Emma, you are the CEO of Down Royal. Is today a race day or is it a family day?
Well, it's both. There's something for everybody, whether you're a racing enthusiast or just want a good day out with family. It's one of our biggest race meetings, Boxing Day. It's a traditional family day. We get them in early and we get them out early as well. Our last race is about 3:10, so we've 7 races go to post at 11:40. So it's an exciting day ahead. Like, the weather's on our side. It's crisp, but the sun's shining, so we're looking forward to it.
Crisp is an understatement. I am absolutely freezing standing here. But you know, the people come here, and I mean, we see busloads arriving behind us. I mean, the family day. What is in it for a family day?
Well, it's a good day out. Obviously, it's the winter sun. Your day after, you know, all your turkey and ham. So, you know, they come out en masse. And I suppose traditionally people come home at Christmas, and this seems to be an anchor. It's a day where maybe people have, you know, spent time apart over the past 12 months. They come out and celebrate being together.
And I mean, as a family day, they can be together as a family. And is there much money lifted at these bookmakers behind us?
I couldn't possibly answer that question.
Well, hopefully I will later on. I'll have a few. Well, let's punt, shall we say? Well, we'll have a punt on a couple of horses here today. But yes, Down Royal today, a great place to be, great race meeting, and there is lots for the whole family here, especially with the food stalls that are here are absolutely amazing. Corporate hospitality, you couldn't be in a better place. I'm staying here until the shops open, because we have pretty archaic laws in Northern Ireland around when we can open. So as soon as those tills open after lunchtime, I'll be scooting down the high street to see what's in the Boxing Day sales.
You see, and that's the thing. You know, you were talking a bit earlier on about, you know, people wearing their new suits, and it looks a bit like Savile Row. What are you wearing? What are you sporting today that you've put on specially because, of course, it's Boxing Day and you wanted to wear it, and you've probably still even got the tags on?
Well, I have. This coat I just got earlier on, just before Christmas.
I knew it.
It's nice
very
body warmer
smart,
underneath
Tiki.
it, though. I can't zip it up because it's got a body warmer, and then a thermal underneath that because I am freezing. Let's not be brave about it. Practical is the way to go.
Do you know, they used to say you shouldn't take alcohol when you're cold, but I've often found the opposite is the case. Have you partaken? Are you partaking?
It's a bit early.
Today? It's never too early.
Well, I was on yesterday, so there was no alcohol, no whiskey available yesterday, just because I was on this morning. But this evening I will take a trip down to Gourley's Bar, I have no doubt about it, and enjoy the festivities and my local community as we all celebrate Christmas together. Yes, it's been a great Christmas for me. Yesterday I was at my daughter's house. It was actually really quite emotional to see your daughters putting out your Christmas dinner for you, because it seems like no time since they were running about 2 or 3 years of age. Everything I've done in life, the one thing that I loved doing more than anything was being a father, and it is great to see your daughters supplying you with Christmas dinner. So tonight we will all take a little jaunt down to the local and have a few sweets.
Now, do they do this thing, because I must say it's the sort of the first thing where you think, oh dear, they really have kind of grown up and passed, is where you have to ask your children for advice on things, and you just think this is the wrong way round.
Do you know what? I sat yesterday and I looked. My son has built a new house in Hillsborough. My daughter has bought another house. You know, and you do think to yourself, they're better off than I am. But let's face it, that's what we done as parents. We made sure that they had the skills at their fingertips to be better off than we were.
Yeah.
Not. That's why I'm still working on Boxing Day. Was to pay for them.
Yeah, talk to us about that. Yeah, as we've done this mammoth 5 hours. But actually, then you go through the part that you are at the moment, Doogie, and then you get to my age where you do things like darning socks. And people are fascinated. It's as though I've come from the 19th century. Darning is not a problem. You know, I sit with their darning moth holes in jumpers, and they're all just going, "What are you doing?" Just darning.
Do you darn socks at all?
Well, just 4 nights ago, I was taking my jeans that had rips in them and sewing them back up to go out and sort out the horses and so forth, because, I mean, might have a rip on them and you can't use them when you're out doing this type of job, but there's nothing wrong with them. And yes, I came from a family, all sons, and my mother was very hard on us, but she made sure, she always said to us, you are not marrying some woman to be your slave, you will do as I will tell you. And yes, we can all sew, we can cook, I can make stew, I can survive. And do you know what? I sat sewing jeans 3 or 4 nights ago to go out and cut trees and look at horses.
I think we're all old enough to remember, Doogie, when rips in jeans were actually all the fashion. Whatever happened to that, I don't know.
Oh, ridiculous, honestly. There was sometimes more rip than actual jean. People in freezing cold weather virtually with their pants on display because the rips were so high up.
Listen, we were going to have a little chat about New Year's resolution, so it's great that we've got you here, because we can ask you about yours with the risk of putting you on the spot.
Oh, God, New Year's resolutions. I hate them because you never, ever keep to them, do you? You're always going to say, yeah, I'm going to lose weight, I'm going to do this, I'm going to go out running again.
Go to the gym.
No, I'm not going to do any New Year's resolutions, Mark. You know, I'm in my mid-50s now. All the bad stuff I done when I was younger, yeah, that's set aside because, you know, you couldn't afford it because you were raising children. No, I think New Year's resolution this year, just to stay ahead of the game, keep on working, enjoy myself, and that's the main thing. Always enjoy yourself when you're working. When it becomes a task, you're not working anymore, you're torturing yourself. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do this year, is just keep on doing what I'm doing and enjoying myself on the way through it.
Doogie, thank you so much, and I hope you've got those nice sheepskin linings in your shoes, because my goodness, it makes such a difference when you're cold.
Thermal socks on.
Thermal socks.
Nothing
Lovely.
like it. There's a little company here called the Berkshire that was taken over by another major English company, and they do the best socks ever.
Nice.
Very expensive, but really keep your feet warm.
Oh,
yeah.
lovely.
Penny, isn't this awful that we are talking at this time in life? We are sitting here talking about thermal underwear.
Yeah, and it's only a matter of time before we disappear into talking about rocking chairs. And
Doogie needs it, though, because we constantly put him out in the most awful of weather across Ireland to report on the storms. And we'll be doing lots of that next year, Doogie, because we love you in a storm.
Oh, it's not kind, is it, Doogie? We'll let you go. We'll let you go and try and... I know, go and see whether the shops are open yet. Doogie Beattie, thank you very much. Just before we go, by the way, I just wanted... There's another story in the papers today that just appealed to me, which says, you plonkers, why novice wine snobs know less than they think. And you know when you go out and there's somebody who's a bit of a know-it-all on the old wine and they do that thing and they slurp it and they go, oh, yeah, getting really plummy notes and this sort of thing. Well, they have said that the more they think they know, scientists, I love a boffin, scientists say the less clue they actually have about the drink, because the problem is they have huge levels of confidence, but they don't know what they're talking about.
Yes.
Does that remind you of anybody, Mark?
Well, no, certainly not me. I give not two hoots for the floral content of a wine, just as long as I can get it over my neck.
I know. It's just, as I said, I like these scientists. When they say scientist, I presume it's somebody at university who's decided to do it as part of a dissertation. That's
Good old dissertation to do.
Who knows?
Listen,
good idea.
Thank you very much indeed for joining us this morning. We've enjoyed your company for the last 5 hours.
Yeah.
But up next, it's Carols by Candlelight.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
Good morning and welcome to your latest GB News weather update from the Met Office. It's another fine day of weather out there for most of us today. There'll be plenty of sunshine for the vast majority, and whilst it will still be quite cold, in the south it won't be quite as windy as it was yesterday, but nonetheless there'll still be a keen easterly breeze, giving a fairly significant wind chill, particularly in coastal regions, and still quite a bit of cloud in the south, actually more cloud compared to yesterday. Otherwise though, for parts of the Midlands, Wales, Northern England, Scotland and Northern Ireland, mostly sunny conditions through the course of this afternoon, and temperatures here 6 or 7 degrees on the thermometer, but without that wind chill that we'll have further south. As we move into this evening then, generally staying fine and dry for most, but across the very far northeast of Scotland, well here through the course of today we might well see the cloud just about thick enough to give the odd patch of light drizzle here and there, mainly across Shetland. Otherwise, the frost quickly setting in as we go through this evening across parts of mainland Scotland, skies staying clear through most of the night here, although there might well be 1 or 2 freezing fog patches developing in places. Clear skies for parts of Northern England, Wales, the Midlands as well, but perhaps a bit more in the way of cloud for a time through this evening across the south and the southwest of England. And as we go through the course of the night, the cloud will tend to come and go. So frost in the south and the east, generally a bit more patchy in nature. But the further north and west you are, well, skies are likely to stay largely clear here. And that's where we like to see the lowest temperatures. So for parts of western Scotland, where we could see -3, -4 quite easily in the countryside here. And whilst some towns and cities will stay above freezing, it will certainly be a cold start to Saturday. But also a cloudier start compared to of late, particularly for northeastern parts of England, but that cloud rolling westwards across parts of the Midlands into Wales and southern regions of England too. So a greyer, duller day to come for many, and feeling fairly chilly underneath those cloudy, grey-laden skies. The best of the sunshine for Northern Ireland and western Scotland through the day on Saturday, and temperatures similar to recent days.
Warm and cosy, with a chance of zero visibility. Boxed Boilers sponsors the weather on GB News.
This Christmas, we're giving you the chance to win our biggest cash prize of the year.
An incredible £85,000 in tax-free cash could be yours.
And we've come to the fabulously festive Aurora Collection Resort here in Lapland to celebrate. £85,000 of tax-free cash really could be yours.
For another chance to win £85,000 cash, text cash to 63225. One entry costs £2.50 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63225. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start at £2.50. Call 0903 686 3232. Calls cost £2.50 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB18 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 4 p.m. on the 30th of January. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Britain was once the envy of the world. But look around. A nation that no longer knows what it is or where it's going. A country that's broken. How do we fix Britain? How do we bring it back? Friday night with Matt Goodwin at 8 p.m. only on GB News.
Decisions made in Washington aren't just shaping America, they're shaping Britain.